Your nail polish?
Yeah.
Ah, and you saw this stuff?
Yes.
Good.
I go torch.
Nice. You guys will all be chemicals out there. Jack, it's a cigarette and you hear.
I'm sure he's out there right now.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be out there. I just
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know that? Oh, your nose is bleeding.
It is. It's kind of bloody, but it's fine.
All the chemicals.
Some go inside, some stay outside of your body. I did it little, but that's sure fine.
Yeah, it's like, trash me.
So I've got 2 options, no bring, 1. Let's see. It is water resistant.
Yes, I was gonna have some more.
Some more. That's the same stuff. Easy.
If you want to gel, I have the mini version.
Object size. It's good. It's too small. What's this one?
I tried it yet. It's kind of because I like the Turtle Space one is like a knockoff super glue. So it's
Somebody was telling me about that, and I tried looking for it, but didn't really too close.
I can show you boxes, but it's 8 packs instead of 40. So that's kind of cool. So I saw this one. I was like, oh, I don't know if it's similar or not, but maybe it'll be a good fit.
Let's see. Get go.
Oh,
You got it. No question.
We can still talk, but it was reasonable places.
Yeah. Going to the pool. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I forgot to mute myself before I started, but oh well. Yeah, we have some friends over, some guests over. We're here in some 7 Days to Die. I'm very excited for this. Very, very, very important. A couple of things. So number one, I have a fresh microphone. By a fresh microphone, I mean I was home, so I brought the microphone, the good 1080 microphone, back with me, so you don't have my washed out face from the laptop cam. It's fine. It's all good. We're here and we look great. Very important. So we are getting a chance to test out the brand new 3.0 experimental build for 7 Days to Die. I'm very excited for it. I got the invite for it earlier this morning, hence the kind of last minute stream that we're doing here. I want to say, so this is... thank you to the Fun Pimps for giving me the code to test this out as part of Streamer Weekend. So this is I'm not getting any money for this stream, but I did get some early access, so we're gonna get to test it out. Hence why we got the little Streamer Weekend TFP creator up at the top right of the screen. Thank you, Fun Pimps. Let's give it a shot. I'm very excited for this. I started the game, got through like the quick tutorial. The big thing. Let me drink some water here real quick. The big thing in 3.0, I got a big ass water jug. Big thing in 3.0 is that we now have a whole bunch of sliders that we get to use on this, and I'd like to show you just a few of those. It's something like 150 sliders now. So let's take a look at this. I did a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to have some folks joining on in later in the game. But I basically made this preset that is essentially for like a medium length one shot. So the important thing is we're probably going to get 4 days in on this stream. I have days set to 60-minute days, and I set it so that there are. Oh, we're not paused. Whoops. I thought we were paused. And I have it set so that we have hordes every 4th night. So we'll end the stream with a horde. So, a couple of things I changed around. Run speed, 110%, because it's really annoying running around everywhere. Encumbrance slots low, just to keep things moving faster. The critical thing, I set it so that animals respawn faster, and I set it so that I don't even know where it is. Enemy density high, and boy has that made a difference. I also turned the silly sounds on. Otherwise, generally just kind of turned loot up, experience up, the number of skill points you get per level up. Whole bunch of stuff just so that we can move this a little bit faster than we normally would in a normal game. But it's fine. I'm inside the trader. It's totally fine. We're all fine. How are you? But so, critically, I turned the zombie density up, and there are zombies like everywhere now. And it's honestly a little bit concerning. Also, I'm going to rewind the 1 hour I think that I was like AFK. So let's set us to set time 9:30. That still work? Nope. Set time 1:10. There we go. God. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Set it to spawn all the jiggins. Well, we do have animal density up, so I've already seen one jiggin. Oh my god. Okay. Let's do our usual, make 10 crates. Oh, I only have enough wood for 9 crates. I gotta get some more wood. Stand by. Zombie, don't see me. Oh, he's running at me already. He smelled me. I usually have zombie AI mode, like smell mode, set to jog, but screw it. We're on run today. It's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. Okay. Your mom needs to get more wood. Yeah, she does. She's a woman with needs. This is an interesting sound for an axe. Oh, we're going to have so many silly sounds, chat. If you have not experienced the glory that is the silly sounds in 7 Days to Die, you're about to. I like to pretend I'm just like killing these zombies with a squeaky toy, giant like inflatable hammer. Okay. Let's get our usual stuff in our usual stuff. I remember where everything goes because I'm a smart boy. I don't know if there was a slider for lockpicking chance. I would love to turn that up just a tad if there is. Don't remember that. Okay. Most importantly, I turned off the Trader voice lines so I don't need to listen to Trader Rect being a dick anymore. Greatest addition to this game ever. Alright, let's track that quest. Let's get through the opening quests quickly. I'm gonna not stop and fight every zombie I see. The 100% lockpick chance is a pain. Yeah, the lockpicking is always a little annoying, especially if you only have 2. So I generally don't even bother with it until I have like at least 10 lockpicks. There, so he sounds like you just sound like Nanny from Muppet Babies. No, he still just sounds like good old wrecked. Good old get wrecked. All right. I cannot hear you because I have turned you off. I have muted you. If only that button existed in real life. All right. Yeah, just wait until you guys hear all the silly sounds there are for just about everything in this game. It's quite good. Stamina is still low early game. Pull the remote, the click on Trader Rect. Trader Rect had it coming. All right, let's make sure we can get out of this hole. Hola, chat. Hola, chat. Hey, let's repair that real quick. And that was not a whole lot. Dig my own grave. How dare you? How dare you? We're doing a no deaths run. I was a little tempted to turn on permadeath. But not this time around. Not this time around. Okay. Did I turn on friendly fire? I will not turn on friendly fire. I was a little tempted. I was tempted there for a brief, hot moment. I do need more wooden rocks, though, so let's do that. And you know what? We're right here. Let's get some goldenrod for later. Somehow Kevin is feeling relieved. Yeah, but Kevin's going to be a big old sledgehammer boy, which means that if we're in melee together, he's going to kill one of us accidentally. So really, it is partially self-preservation. Only partially. And also keeping me away from my worst impulses. I do have some feathers. The extra 10% to run speed is just so relieving. This game kind of similar to DayZ's. Yeah, I mean, zombie Minecraft is how I always describe it. It is a game of survive in the zombie apocalypse, kill zombies, craft better gear, craft better weapons. Oh, this chemistry station works. I set it to, I think, 20% chance of finding working workstations out in the wild. So it's not impossible. It's not likely, but a working chemistry station already. All right, so I want my pipe baton. Give me some jobs. Honeysuckle Trailer Park is our first job. Daisy in the forest. Yeah, that's not a terrible way. Where are you? Where are you? Don't hit my sign. That's my sign. You can't have my sign. Yep, ma'am. Ma'am. I am busy sorting my inventory. Hydrate my zombie. Hydrate. Cheers. Okay. Critically important. I have also I got a few Steam keys, so we will be giving away copies of the game. I think every night, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do like a random number generator, and that is how we will determine who gets the Steam key. So if you have always wanted to try out this game, stick around. You might be able to get this game for free. Okay. There we go. Now that I've got the proper weapon and skill points in that weapon skill, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. Getting here was dicey, I won't lie, with the zombie density turned up. It was a little sweaty there for a couple minutes. Stump, give me honey. No honey. Have fun. Ooh. Don't love seeing a dog carrier, but we'll see. I feel like the trailer park often will have a dog. You heckin' love 7 Days to Die? Well, welcome. Yeah, there's a dog. Nope. Oh, God. I was like, don't let me die to the first dog I see. Didn't love that chat. Clark would have died. Clark did die. Oh yeah, I should drink some water. In game, not in real life, because I already hydrated in real life. I don't need to hydrate ever again. Seeing chibi mode. They do have a big head mode now. I didn't turn that on just because that creates some like wonky mechanics and some wonky hitboxes, if I remember correctly. Becomes much easier to get headshots though. Right, I'm not going to pre-loot, but I am going to just check every mailbox for that reason. Oh my God, there's so many of you. Okay, let's let our stamina come back a sec. Oh my God, they're everywhere. It is feeling a lot more like Project Zomboid in terms of zombie density. And this is not the highest setting, I should stress. There is a setting above this. Okay, while we're here, though, since I leveled up, let's get another point in Electrocutioner. And now let's start this dang quest.
Hello there.
Hello there. It's been a while since so I'm on Nomad difficulty, which is, you know, pretty much normal difficulty. And it's been a while since I've played at that level, since I've been playing with new folks. So I've been generally on Adventurer, where things are just a bit easier. And I forgot just how spongy the zombies can be at this level. Now, you can turn down their health or at least turn up the damage that you're doing. But I didn't mess around with that too much this time around. So if you wanted to have, say, like super lethal but also super fragile zombies, you can very easily do that with the new sliders. But I did not do that. I kept it as is. Am I telling you that you were on easy mode, Musical Ninja? You were very much on easy mode. You weren't on the easiest easy mode, but you were on. So there's like. We're on Nomad, there's Adventurer, and then there's also, below Adventurer, there's Scavenger, and that's like very easy. So you were on just normal easy. But yes, yeah, you're cooked next time we play Musical Ninja. What we got? Where's the zomb? There's a zomb. Moo is right. Kevin will be joining us later. Kevin had to go to the gym. But everyone's favorite sacrificial Moo will be here once he's done getting swole. Always loot everything. Is that a snake? I forgot there's a snake in this POI. There are also, I think as part of this 60... Oh no! The celebration is killing the animals, and therefore I cannot loot said animals. I might need to fix that. As much as I really like celebration mode, I also need to be able to acquire food from hunting. Alright, well, let me know when you figure that door out, lady. Oh, you figured the door out. Oh, okay, yeah. I was briefly concerned. So I think what we'll do, we'll finish this quest, and then I will adjust. Oh, Enforcer sunglasses already. We'll take that. And a flashlight. We'd love to see it. Extreme House Flipper. Listen, you don't need to work on your house. You just get the zombies to do the demo for you. Super easy. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's so scary. Nope, 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 no, no, no. Oh, the dogs. Hey, buddy. No, stop. Thank you, Ware Blake. It's so much louder than the game.
good news. We can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet.
A pet?
A pet. Mark, this is good news.
This is
You'll
good
live
news.
for 30 years.
This is insane!
Thank you, Sheba. Appreciate that, buddy. Level 5. Need a very polite Megadeth woman. What is happening? Omni-Man's telling Mark that he's a bee. And that it's good news. Oh wow, it actually is ZWhipper. It is I! I am here. Streaming on a Friday before a weekend of shows. What even? But it's streamer weekend. So we're doing a good, we're doing a big old long stream while we try out 3.0.
No distractions, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Super busy. My guy, have you just been crouched up here? Just chilling?
Oh my god, he's so goddamn cool!
Alright, we are playing all the sound effects. Alright, then I need to drink some of that yucca juice I just picked up. Oh my god.
Perfect.
Oh, interesting. Calendar. Current day is 1. I feel like that's new. Twitch integrations are on. Twitch are not. Yeah, they are not on. Trash talk? What am I going to trash talk? These silly zombies? These stinky zombies? These zombies who think they got a chance? The zombies are like, oh, it's the zombie apocalypse. It's our turn now. No. They're locked up in this apocalypse with me. All right? By the end of this, I'm going to be known. It's going to be like I Am Legend.
Oh, I got you! Oh, you win this round. Moo! I'm Mooey. You are my best friend. We will go for walkies, and we will go on a picnic, and we will have so much fun forever and ever and ever and Moo.
This is what happens when I don't have Twitch integrations on. Shiba just gets bored and just wants to do all the sound effects.
Oh, it's so f***ing cold! God! Dad, I don't know about this! You're doing great, son! Now I'm freezing my udders off! Moo, bitch! That's my boy! It's still cold! Oh, God, shut up! Moo! This tail is mine, and it's mine, and it's mine forever! It's mine! Could you not? Woof, woof, woof! Okay, fine. What if I told you that this video was one big...
Cheers. Where were we? Sort the inventory. I should probably make a campfire semi-soon, but we'll get to that point. In the meantime, more inventory sorting. I'll label all these boxes later when I remember, when I have some time. Okay, but while we got a minute, actually, let's do this. Let's exit out. Let's change the sandbox options a bit.
I'm in Australia. Or nor. I never stop. I always score. A little deer. Adore. I think I'm Hunter Biden's dad. Char. I'm with my brother. Roar. That is not my...
There we go. Cheers. All right, so enemy spawning, enemy density. Wait, what? Wait. Duplicate preset. Streamer weekend fun. Yes, that's what I had. Okay. So, damage entities received from players. We're going to turn that up to 150. enemy damage to players will also turn that up to 150. You can also turn on headshot mode, which is enemies can be only damaged by headshots or only killed by headshots. Not going to turn that on. Turn off celebrate kills. Yeah, we have big head mode. You can also control the amount of gravity in game, which no, we're not. No. I was thinking about it. So much more polish, yeah. Oh, streamer weekend, sandbox options. I did it. Whoops. I did it in the wrong spot. Enemy damage out, miscellaneous. Cool, great. Back. Start. You can turn it on when he arrives. Please do. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we've made Kevin play one-handed. And he deserves it. We love Kevin. Spawn. So yeah, we're back. We'll have squishy zombies. And we'll have interesting. So you know what just occurred to me? I think my stuff is degrading a bit faster than it normally would. So just for safety's sake, I'm going to not go there. Just for safety's sake, I'm going to make myself a level 5 wooden club, which I'm shocked I can make right now. But alas. I think I'll take 2 points in. No, Daring Adventure is not worth it yet. Yeah, I think it's just going to be me saving up for another rank in Electrocutioner. So let's continue to do that. Keep going down. They give you 7 days to die, but I'm a professional and I die in 1. Okay. Yeah, they're going down solidly. Do need to get myself some pipes, because my stun baton is about to break. And I don't love that. Sugar, they're going down solidly. We're going down, down in the zombie apocalypse. Sugar, they're going down solidly. We gotta hit them with our wooden club. While I do a song that does not have a dub. There's probably a dub of Sugar, we're going down swinging somewhere. Hydrate. Hang on, let me kill the zombie. Alright, let's repair that now that we have a pipe. Cheers. You guys are going to make me need to use the bathroom very quickly in this game. I also just remembered that I have a flashlight on my helmet, and I could use that. Oh my god. Stop missing your power attack. Jesus. Yeah, increasing the... So I said it's that you get 2 per skill book, or two per crafting skill book, 2 points. And boy, is that speeding things up, the progression. I'd love to see like a 1.5 maybe? Because this feels a bit quick. I guess that's probably to be expected. Did I clear the area already? This is I don't think this is a new POI, but I'm not super familiar with it. Like I said, there are a whole bunch of new POIs, but I don't know exactly. I don't have every POI memorized, to put it simply. Don't know where to go from here, though. Am I missing something? Exit. Who's there? Oh, there's a ladder that I just missed. Silly Jackie. No one tell Clark that the party girl was here. Oh, interesting. The mods have levels now. Modify. Interesting.
Do it.
This one isn't new? Okay. Well, that'll get me some better tools, finally. It's interesting, I'm still finding a lot of steroids, oddly enough, even though I turned medical loot down a tiny bit. I turned up ranged weapons and parts, and turned up melee weapons and parts, but also turned down medicine. I feel like I find too much medical supplies. Although, I don't know, maybe given how much my teammates often seem to go through all of the honey that we have, perhaps not. It's probably one of those where, like, early, when you're first starting out, you're not as good. You're getting about as many medical supplies as you should, and then once you get better, you're like, this is way too much. I don't need this. You've built bases in that POI many times? Good to know. Maybe we'll make that our base. We are already at the end of day one. I think I can get one more quest in before we call it a day. I would like to. Crafting skill mag, clear zombies. Wait, do we have a fetch? Yes, let's do a fetch. We'll do this one. Quick and dirty. Run there, grab the supplies, GTFO. Try and get a third quest in on this day. Tregola, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Stone Tools quality 6 already. Oh, Iron Tools quality 1. Cool, cool, cool. Iron Tools quality 2. Okay. We're doing great. And a bicycle? Now, if only I could just build a workbench. I'll be like level 10 by the time Kevin's here. Yeah, probably. Oh, I remember this house. Thankfully, this one's a pretty fast loot. I'm going to have a mini bike by the time Kevin's here. Quick and dirty, Jack. Stop stalling. Apparently we're doing a full loot at this place after all. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's one of the other new mechanics as well. We'll talk about that in a sec after I turn this quest in. Roadrunner Chicken Jerky. What? That is new. Stand by. Stand by, chat. We have a lot to talk about once I can get my ass back to the trader. Trader, don't close before I get there. I didn't pick up any steroids, did I? No, I don't think so. So one of the new things is magnitude, where items will have greater power. So like a weapon, it might be faster, more damage. Let's put it that way. That's an easy way to describe it. So a weapon might have more damage. And what you can do is you can now combine weapons or items together, and the new combined items, so like let's say you took 2 pistols, one of which had a magnitude, plus damage. The new pistol that was combined out of those 2 pistols will have the magnitude plus. But let's say the second pistol had another magnitude, maybe like increased magazine size. They would both have the highest magnitude of whatever ingredients went into the combined items. So I'm intrigued to play around with that. And it's a way that you can, basically like even once you get level 6 items, you can still, you got some stuff to play around with. Yep. I know. We'll talk to you in a second, Rect. Okay. I think I gotta do... No, we're gonna do crafting skill, mag. Clear zombies with the greasy spoon. That looks like it'll have food. Cool. All that'll do. That will keep us alive through the night. Alive and fed. Okay. Whereas this. I do want to make a forge, so let's make a log.
Trader Rick is now closed, so get off my lawn.
Inventory management. Part of every survival crafting game, y'all. You know what? Let's load that pipe rifle, just so that we've got something. The noble hobo base, yes.
Hello there.
Is that everything? No. Okay. What else do we need for a forge? Short iron pipes. Do we have any of those anywhere? No, we don't. Cool. Well, not going to be... Oh, no. I see a boar, which I want, but also... Yeah, screw it. This might be a terrible idea, chat, but let's find out. And of course, it's a feral. Yep. Get off my kilt! Get off my kilt! Chad, I fear I have erred. Okay, okay. Are we all alive? We're all alive. Oh, hey, buddy. Are there more boars over there? There are. Stand by. Stand by, fam. Yo!
Kevin, god damn it.
No, Kyle, no. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I gotta do, I gotta find myself a way to get... I'm gonna find a way so that I don't die. Also, I should reload my gun so I don't pull a tater. No, God, is that a snake? F you, snake. All right. Can I? I'm feeling like the Shrek meme of like, if I could just concentrate for 2 bloody seconds. All right. Campfire. Let's place it. Don't have a cooking pot, so that's less than ideal, but we'll be okay. We'll make it through. We got some chicken soup. We got some cat food. Worst comes to worst, we can make charred meat, although I would love to avoid that. All right, so what do we need right now? We need... I could use some more arrows is what I could use. We need to get more pipes. Because I'm going to need those to get myself a forge, which is how I'm going to get a cooking pot. This is also not what I should be doing, but alas, we are here. I should just be holding up for the night, but I don't feel like doing that. There are the charred meat achievements. Yeah, but like, you can find... I think I already found charred meat, to be honest. Oh yeah, let me make some better tools. Sir, I am managing my inventory. Can you not? Also, I am very stinky. Is there a water source nearby? Oh, God. Oh. Ho ho. Well, thank God for critical headshots right there, chat. Because that could have been very, very bad. Oh, well, there's some pipes for us. Baton. We need some leather to make a level 6 baton, so let's get it. Okay. There's a water source. Yeah, I know. I saw the water source. I just didn't have time to go get it because I was beset upon on all sides. Yeah, right there. But here's what we're going to do. Because I need to get myself... Hang on. Wait a minute. Hold up a minute. I've got 8 intellect. Intellect mastery up to 8. 50% chance to gain 2 skill points when reading magazines. I wonder if that's going to increase to 4 with me having the books set to giving you 2 books. But let's find out, darling. We'll see. We'll see together. Oh, we're doing a sexual Stewie impression. Well, that snake, he can sit over there and be a distraction. We found more than enough meat. It's all rare, dripping with blood. God, there's so many zombies. Who needs the undead? They're all just problems. A Stewian. Oh, a Stewian. That's so good. Do I have the spawn rate turned up? Yeah, I turned it up to high. So not the highest setting. But we might have to try that out eventually. I will say, so this is actually, I like this a lot. The higher spawning, because it forces you to go slower. Like seeing 3 zombies on the street like that. Oh, there's a cracker book. Tier 3, yucca juice, smoothie, and beer. Man, there's so many things I could make if only I had a goddamn cooking pot. Where are you at, buddy? Yes. It's been a while, so you want me to do the duck song? Oh, let's do the duck song. I can't wait. I don't want to be a chicken, I don't want to be a duck, I just want to be me, quack, 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 quack. I don't want to be a chicken, I don't want to be a duck, I just want to be me, quack, 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 quack. I don't want to be a chicken, I don't want to be a duck, just want to be me. Yeah, quack, 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 quack. How's that? You got the duck song in the style of Elvis. Oh yeah, let's check it out. That level 4 shovel. Stamina cost and max durability are both higher. So if I combine it with the level 6, it'll, I believe, create a level 6 with those abilities. I think. I gotta double. I haven't tested it out. I haven't tested out a lot of this yet, but hey, 2 more skill points. We love to see it. Ooh, guns. Good, we could use another bandage. So, I don't usually do this. Normally I would just be rushing through the intellect tree, but I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a point into... I'm going to put 2 points into fortitude so I can beef up the healing factor and siphoning strikes, just because the zombies are hitting hard as I set them to do. Guys, this is a Wendy's. It's not a Wendy's, but it's a diner, so it's kind of like a Wendy's. Well, success. Oh, level 4 pipe baton. Extra block damage. Okay. Probably not what I'm looking for in my pipe baton. but we'll take it. Hey, there's some water, there's some food. Let's eat that food. Pumpkins. And a full stack of glass jars. I believe, if I remember correctly, if you chop up toilets, you will get pipes out of them. So let's see. Yep, there's one pipe. Do you get them from sinks as well? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You get quite a few. We'd love to see it. I don't usually need to go looking for pipes, so that's a new experience for me. Oh, there's some more. And I am now very encumbered, so let's run back to base. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to loot everything and then also be able to... Oh! I shouldn't do this. I should not do this, but I'm going to do it. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, you guys can have that. You're all good. Oh, thank God there's no one on that roof. Are we okay? Are we all right? Didn't love that, chat. Let's take some painkillers. And let's eat a can of salmon to get some extra health back. I don't actually remember where the trader is. There we go. Because I never put down a bedroll. Silly Jackie. Great. One for you. One for you. That toilet pistol would be fantastic right about now. Welcome, Pendero. New update is doing quite well. Having a blast. Having more of a challenge than I normally would this early in the game, which is a nice refresher. Even with me having XP turned way up. We're having a good time. Hello, zombie. How are you? Goodbye. Did I check these cars at the funeral home? I did not. Let's check them. Beds? Where we're going, we won't need beds. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Another level 4. I'll drop the paper. There we go. Well, I guess we're eating the dog food. Oh well. All right. Well, night 1 is done. Well, momentarily done. Deal with this feral. Oh, is he going for that snake that I killed earlier? Yes, he is. You guys, yeah, you know what? You guys enjoy. Have fun. Time for giveaway? Oh, it is time for giveaway. Good call. Good call. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pick a random number, or I'm not going to pick a number, but what I want you to do, so I have 3 Steam keys to give away to this game. So what we're going to do, if you want a chance to get 7 Days to Die, right now in chat, put in a number between 1 and 100. Right now. I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that. We'll say you have 2 minutes to put in a number between 1 and 100. And again, I need to stress, this is only if you don't have the game. If you already have 7 Days to Die, don't do this. Because it's not going to be anything you don't have already. And I will sort my inventory, and then we will pick our winner as soon as we're done with that. Okay. So I think the way I'm going to do this, now that we've got this set, we've got 4, we'll rewind it to 4 a.m. in a moment. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to, let's do this. Number generator, 1 to 100. So, let me change some things real quick. We're going to add a source, window capture, number generator. Okay. Select a window to capture. Okay. All right. So you got it right there. Let me move that down just a little bit. This is tough to do when I cannot see half of what I am doing. Hang on. There we go. Okay. So, we're going to do a number generator somewhere between 1 and 100, and whoever is closest to this number without going over, I'll give the code to the mods, and one of them can whisper it to you. So, let's do it now. And if you missed your chance right now, don't worry, I'm going to do another one in about an hour. 46. Did anyone get 46? Allison had 44. I think it is Allison is our winner. Price is right. 44 for Allison. Yes. Okay. All right. Let me move some stuff around. Make sure I don't show all the keys all at once. It's my first time doing something like this. And stand by for 1 second. Creator kit. Okay. It is in the mods channel. She can whisper it to yourself. Yeah. Okay. So now that we're through that, let me check and see if we've gotten a comment from a Kevin real quick. Nothing from a Kevin. So we remain solo. She, I see you downloading it now. She, join on in whenever you are ready, and just let me know in Discord.
Kevin, goddamn it!
Or let me know in chat here so I know to start a voice call with you when you're ready to join. Okay, so oh, it didn't. It actually paused the game that time. Interesting. All right, so where were we? We were going to go do that quest properly this time. Now that we are mostly fed and watered. Not dying of thirst, not dying of zombies, not dying of anything. We're fine. We're just going to keep on running. Also, thank you, Amateur Nail. I agree. Kevin, gosh darn it. Where is the Kevin? We're going to be done by the time he gets here. I have not been checking to see if I'm actually getting extra points from Intellect Mastery, but meh, we're fine. Art of Mining, Shotgun Messiah, Enforcer's Shoes. We'd love to see it. Okay. Oh, yep. We got 4 skill points there. So it fully doubles the amount of skill points you get from crafting magazines. So the intellect build where you get double points from crafting magazines is now even more broken if you are playing with faster magazine progression. And I do mean broken in a good way because that is my go-to build all the time. I did finally try out a sledgehammer build in the game I'm playing with my wife, and oh, it's good. It is good. It bonks. It bonks real good. Kevin, I'll never admit it to his face, but Kevin may have been right about something. No one tell him that. Sledgehammers are OP. Yeah, they are quite good. Tuna fish gravy toast already. Don't destroy the tilt truck before you loot it. some weapon parts, which we need. I have a feeling we're going to have to craft our own weapons to do this right. Craft glue cheaper. I feel like that might be an addition. I don't remember that from before. Oh, a wooden club. With some magnitude on it. Boy, Kevin and Sheehy are going to load into this game, and I'm just going to have like end game materials. I'm going to have the ability to craft end game materials, but none of the resources, because I still can't make a workbench. I'm going to make level 6 iron tools, but no way of actually making them. Bro, you've got the update still? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to get a lot more done to be able to get a workbench anytime soon. I gotta put some iron in that workbench. I gotta make some forged iron. I gotta make a wrench. I gotta then go get a bunch of mechanical parts. Funny thing is, I can already craft a bicycle. I've been able to craft bicycles since like the first quest I did. Stay on the ground where you belong. Two in the morning for you, KV Queens. Apologies. Had to be done. Had to be done for streamer weekend. Moo. Moo. Okay, that's going to take a minute to do, so let's not do that right now. Pesky Americans. That's what Paraguay is going to be saying in a few hours. It's World Cup time, baby. Also, I'm pretty sure I can now make a forge, so let's make a forge. Yeah, Fjorge. Cobblestone and duct tape. Do I have any duct tape? I have no duct tape. Do I have enough glue? Barely enough glue. Cobblestone rocks. We'll go talk to Rect, and then we'll make it. Hydrate. Hydrate. Big old jug of water. What is volume 5? No. Nah, crafting skill magazine bundle. Man, I see your inventory. Do I have anything to sell you? I do. Oh yeah, let's get a job. Buried supplies? Yeah, let's do buried supplies. I don't love them, but we'll do them. So, we need some iron. And wow, that's all the clay we have? That's wild. I guess it's only first thing on day 2. I just feel like I'm so much further along because of the faster progression. Another pipe rifle. Figured there would be a zombie in there. Alright, off we go. Did I just pass a coffee plant? No. Chrysanthemum. The faster run speed. It's beautiful. I'm curious as to like how ridiculous that would be turned up to like 200%. Is that the wasteland? Wasteland, yeah. Oh yeah, and I gotta look up the combiner. How to combine items. See if I can combine any of those shovels that I got. Trash talk? What am I going to talk trash at? The dirt? Am I going to talk trash at the grass here? There's no zombies around to trash talk because they're all a bunch of wimps who got scared of me because I was killing them too efficiently, and they were like, "Yo, maybe let's not. Maybe let's not poke that bear." I mean, like the dirt. I mean, the dirt's just lower than dirt. What can you say about dirt? Just a bunch of dirt. It's a dirty dirt. Oh, that's so many wasteland zombies. That is not what I want to do. I do not want to go to there. Right, done. It's GTFO before those wasteland zombies spot me. Should be able to make the combiner station without blueprints or magazines. Glorious. Oh god! Not the bees! It's always a jump scare. It is never not a jump scare when bees pop out. Combine station. Iron and wood. Well, just put all my iron into the forge, but we can fix that. We'll get to it. Hey buddy, how are you? Stumpy stump, stump. Remake of Backyard Baseball comes out at the end of this month. July 9th. Don't worry, that is... Got a little circle on that. I may be playing real baseball that day, so I don't know if I'll be able to stream it that day. If I'm not playing real baseball, we'll be playing Backyard Baseball. Don't worry. Do I even still need... I don't need arrows. We're good on arrows. I feel like I have fewer eggs than I would normally, but I don't know if that's just me being distracted while running, having to fight more zombies. Oh, Jiggin! Get back here, Jiggin. Let's, can I catch up to you with my 110% speed? No. Alas. Campfire grill. All right. Let's go talk to that trader and get another quest. I'm going to take the ammo. I feel like the ammo is going to be most needed. Okay. I tell you what we're going to do, because I need to use the restroom. I'm going to pause it there. Assuming that's still paused. That is paused. Yeah. Okay. We're going to pause it there. I'm going to run a quick 3-minute commercial. BRB. Use the bathroom. Probably make some tea. And I will be back. Chat, you're in charge. Praise the chair, which you can't see, but, you know, we'll be okay. BRB. All right, fam, we have returned. I have tea now. I got some mint tea with some honey. Do we have a Sheehy ready yet? No? I don't see anything yet. Okay. We will carry on. Oh, it's about to rain, too. That should be good for water for now. Oh, but hey, wait. Now that I have a working campfire, let's make some food. Wow, only one bacon and egg so far. Okay. Yep. And then a bunch of grilled meat, bunch of grilled meat, bunch of grilled meat. What is that all in total? About 20 minutes. Oh, Kevin says he is downloading now. Let me pause. Let me answer that text. Stand by. Stand by. Okay. So, back to the looting, attempting to get enough stuff. Gonna be a while for Kevin. He still has 20 minutes. Oof! Alright, yeah, they'll probably then both end up joining right around the same time then. Kevin said he was gonna take a shower. He got all sweaty at the gym. He got swole. How do we feel about the new FF7? I said I wasn't going to play any of the Final Fantasy VII remakes until the full trilogy was out, so I might need to finally start playing that. Although I still got to go back and finish Final Fantasy 16.
My name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, and I have long ebony black hair.
What's up, fam? How we doing? Welcome on in. Currently playing 7 Days to Die. Were you guys doing the streamer weekend as well? How do you enjoy it? Thanks for the raid. We got anything? We got anything? Were you on 3.0? Last, really a big fan of the quality of life changes. Yeah. So what were your sliders? Tell me. Give me your whole shtick. I'll kill these zombies and I'll show you my sliders real quick. We good? We good? Okay. So I have a whole bunch of things. This is kind of like just set for faster progression on a kind of medium one shot. But faster run speed, lower encumbrance, game stage a little higher. Blood Moon count will be 32 enemies. Higher loot stage, lower medical abundance, but otherwise higher abundance on a lot of other stuff. Higher XP multiplier, 2 skill points per level. Higher damage dealt to enemies, but higher damage dealt by enemies. And then just a whole bunch of... Oh, and most importantly, trading dialogue off so I don't need to listen to Trader Rect. Do a headshot-only Romero build? Yeah. Yeah, I'm intrigued to try out a whole bunch of different styles with this. A headshot only where they're always slow, I think could be a really interesting one. It would change some things. Oh yeah, I need to get more iron so I can make a combine station also. I know I'm cold. You want silly fun chibi that was done by Killshot Kitty is pretty nutty if you saw that one. Is that just the big head mode? I don't think I saw that. Is there an actual chibi mode? so I don't have to listen to Rect. Listen, if you know, you know, and everyone knows. Everyone who's played this game for all of 5 minutes knows. I was introducing this game to a friend of mine, and we're talking to Rect, and he's like, this guy's such a dick. I'm like, yes, for no reason. There's some clothes. Hey, let's drink this mineral water. I am quite thirsty. Toilet pistol, toilet pistol. Just some murky water. One of them is called Chibi Mode. Tiny bodies, big heads, celebrate on death. Oh no. Cool. I didn't see all the presets, but I am excited to see that one. That's going to be a fun one. All right. Like Bensei's take on Rect? Yes. You know where you stand with him. You know it's not you. Hang on, I gotta adjust this so that I have a nice little footrest. There we go. Gotta get my cozy. Okay. I thought I heard a zombie right behind me and I got a little spooked. Pick up the pace. We gotta get more quests done. Shoes. Yeah. Vehicle storage mod. We'll take that. Skill points, damn. Some of the billboards are really cool to read. I have not. Oh man, I am missing out on some stuff then apparently. Yeah, I only had really like 5 minutes before I started the stream to look at everything, so I didn't take a full look at all the options. One of those things where, like, I am booked all day Saturday, Sunday, so it was a well, we gotta get this stream in today because I want to try this out. I can make a stun baton, but I still can't make a workbench. The hilarity being that there's a working chemistry station right in Trader Rect. Cheryl! It's good to see ya. Also, Sassy Medic, thank you. Appreciate that. Hello from Scotland. How's it going, my friend? Get all the stone. Always chop up the cinder blocks. Bar Brawling Volume 3. I don't think. Oh, we have a Kevin. Kevin, are you ready? Yes, sir. Booting now. Glorious. I'm going to pause and send you a Discord call. Standby chat. Let me actually, I'll make one with Kevin and Sheehy for when Sheehy gets in. Karma, Sheehy. Oh, it's, yep, wrong name. Stand by. Okay, start voice call. Thank you, Erican. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a chance to dig into 3.0 a little bit more. Thanks for stopping by. Would I ever use the Twitch integration? I have used the Twitch integration. I just don't want to use it today so that we can get a more proper experience of 3.0. There's a Kevin.
Testing, testing.
Oh, you sound great.
Fantastic.
You're so good.
Yes, I remembered to not plug in the PS5 controller.
Don't plug in the PS. Yeah, we don't want that DualSense audio. That's not where it to be. Kevin, welcome. It's so wonderful to see you.
You as well.
It's been so long. Hey, so have you heard anything about 3.0?
I have not, although I'm a big fan of the new splash art when you load into the game. That's
yeah,
nice.
Isn't it? Is it quite nice?
Yeah.
What 3.0 added? We'll give you the quick rundown that we gave Chad earlier. Basically, just a whole bunch of sliders to customize your game. A whole lot more. Everything from zombie damage, player damage, abundance of different types of loot like medicine, melee weapons, magazines, etc., 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 etc. So,
oh my.
Yeah.
Kevin, God damn it.
Also, there's a new magnitude system where different weapons may have better. Actually, I can make that now. May have better qualities, whether it's durability, attack speed, damage, etc., etc. And you can combine, you can combine them into one, and the created item will have all of the best qualities. So it gives you a reason to continue looting, even after you've gotten, level 6 gear and everything. So I'm excited. I have this game set up to be like super fast progression. This is the way I describe it is medium length one shot. So we're going to day 4. Day 4 will be a horde. Experience is about doubled. You get 2 points per level. Also a hydrate. You get 2
by
points.
Heartbeat client timed out. Let's try that again.
Let me know. I can send you an invite if you need.
I mean, you showed up. Yeah, you're right there. Okay, connect. Oh God, that cop is just going to town on that poor person.
He's just going. That poor man.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have a good day.
Lots of good stuff. Lots of stuff to be excited for. I'm excited to give it a shot and dig into it. Let's start by doing this.
Just the idea of like being able to combine high tier gear into something just like a schmidge better. That makes me happy. I see you got like little stars on the screen, so I can only assume that's part of it.
Yeah. So I just made a level 6 pipe baton that now has extra block damage, which is not really what you want your pipe baton doing, but alas, we deal with what we got. Let me clear some inventory here. All right.
Now we're playing the wait for the server game.
Oh no.
I know. In the snow biome. Ugh.
Oh no.
Alright, we're receiving and loading configurations.
So I now have a level 6 stone shovel with extra, less stamina cost, extra attacks per minute, and higher durability. We'd love to see it.
Fun. I'm gonna get myself a sledgehammer with extra melee damage.
Yes. We have extra good wrapped knuckles if anyone will end up wanting them. I don't think anyone will, but we'll see. He's going to join us in a minute as well.
Vampire Boxer is fun.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Musical Ninja. I will definitely be getting that burning shaft. Don't you worry.
If you have a chance, I've been playing this with some of the guys from MinMaxed, and oh boy, if you have a chance, you've got to watch the video that I put out. I know you're not on social media. I can send you a link to it. Of one of them just being the biggest moo to ever moo. And I know who I'm talking to. Yes. Yeah. I said what I said. Oh, yes. It was truly delightful. Chat, sing Tater's praises really, really quick. while I continue to organize my inventory here.
There's so much to download on this.
Yeah. The worlds are bigger now, and I made this a pretty small world as well.
Fascinating. Okay. I want it on the record. I just did like some rapid fire clicking just because I like the sound of the pages turning, and it landed on sledgehammers.
You know what's up.
Yeah. They're great for breaking things, but yield little to no harvest.
By the way, I've already spec'd into cooking a little bit, so you don't need to this time around. You are free from kitchen. You are free from kitchen duty for the first time in your life.
Huzzah!
Congratulations, my friend. Oh, there's a Kevin. Party invite. Allies as well. So yeah, do your tutorial quest. You get also 10 now. 10 skill points for completing the tutorial. So go to town, my friend.
Yes, I will read the stupid note. Sorry.
Read the note, do the tutorial, all of that. I should get another stun baton. Do I need another? Nah, I don't need another stun baton. We're fine.
Punchy, punchy, punchy.
None of these are really great. I guess I'll get the lockpicks. All right, and then go do far too many buried supplies quests. All right, we will take a point in treasure hunter this time. I usually don't. And then let's put another point in advanced engineering and try and get a few more forges.
Yay, I'm no longer naked.
Congratulations. Chat has mood for you.
Chat, rejoice.
Kevin,
I have pants.
Kevin is a free elf.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Tater gets in. Very first thing he does is decide to eat rotting meat.
Why?
He was like, "Oh, it'll give me some food," and he did this like 8 more times, 8 more times before he finally was like, "Wait, is this not giving me any food?" And then I finally checked the stats. I'm like, "Oh no, it's not. It is literally 0 food, followed by losing 3 health and a 12% chance to get dysentery."
Oh, buddy.
It was so bad.
Buddy.
It was so bad.
I mean, at that point, you might as well just kill yourself and start again.
Well, that was the wild thing. He never got dysentery.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it was wild. I don't know how, but yeah, he didn't. And then Clark, our beloved golden retriever himbo, I had made a whole bunch of clean water and red tea. Clark decided to drink out of the puddle that I had made as a little lake to refill glass jars at, and then gave himself dysentery, like you do.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy is right.
My goodness, we are right next to the Badlands.
Yeah. Yeah, don't go in there.
That is not great.
Yeah, I spawned in right there and immediately saw a zombie bear, and I was like, I don't want this to be my first experience in 3.0. Tater is the definition of idiot savant stat in Fallout. Yes. That might be Clark more. Like, Clark's bullshit in our Baldur's Gate 3 run. Holy smokes. Hope Clark didn't poop the puffy pants. No, not the poofy poopy pants.
All right, I have to ask: is the squeaky toy whenever I hit something something that you turned on? Okay,
yeah, it's all me. That's me, and I do not regret it. Is that a she-he I just heard?
Yes.
Ah, we have a she-he.
What's up?
Not much. You know, just
there we go.
Turning everything back on my PC that's like needing internet.
I need a boulder to smack.
I mean, worst comes to worst, you can just come to me.
But you're so far away.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Don't come to me where I am now. Come to me where I have made us a hobo base.
Hobo base.
Excuse me. A currently experiencing homelessness base.
I'm ready to be naked and afraid.
Do you need an invite?
Probably, yeah. I'm loading up the new Splash. Ooh.
Right? Isn't it good? Isn't it? I mean, it's awful, but it's also delightful.
I don't see you
Oh,
online.
yeah, no, it's... So, it's animated. Oh, that's because
Yeah.
I'm doing my usual thing of being offline, or
Yeah,
being invisible.
You're invisible. There we go. Invite friends. Done. Invite is sent. Kevin's probably going to be the party
course,
leader, so
Baba
Kevin will probably
Booey.
have to send you the party invite. Per usual.
That's fine.
You were not lying about the buried supplies.
Man, that cop is really... It's really going to town on that
Right?
loading screen.
Right? That poor man. That's
Meanwhile,
it.
there's the one that's just like chilling on the porch.
Yeah. Yeah, that was exactly what Kevin said when he loaded in.
There's a radiated one in the trees.
Hmm.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to see on that opening menu now.
Yeah. I like that there's one on the thing. Oh, there's a landmine because it has a little red dot. Oh, and we're gone.
And we're gone.
Look, we found some landmines.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Kevin, if you come to me now, that's... Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right there. You know where you are. All right, what do you need?
Hey, buddy. Everything. I'm wearing grass.
I mean, like, to finish your tutorial quests, but here.
Oh, that's all done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well then, did you do your buried supplies quest?
Nah, I'm on my way to do it now.
Yeah, do that, because then you can get your own quests from the trader as well.
Quest being far
So
away.
when you started this, Jack, did you enable any of the new options?
Oh yeah. Oh, we have a whole bunch of options set up on this one. Critically,
When you get in,
I
start
can't wait to
smacking
learn about
stuff.
them as I play.
yeah. So critically, you're going to level up really fast. You also get 10 skill points for completing the tutorial.
Bad zombie.
But most importantly,
Like, is that just a thing now, or
Just-
is that just what you boosted?
I just boosted it. I boosted everything pretty solidly.
Oh God, why are there so many?
So that was what I was getting to. Is I also turned the zombie density up. I should stress, this is not the highest density.
I'm so
Not even
weak.
close. Yeah. I mean, you can make
Kevin,
yourself a sledgehammer.
Kevin's too
Kevin.
used to having his sledgehammers.
It doesn't have any.
Right,
advanced-
time to learn some stoof. Give me that skull crusher.
Jobs, buried supplies. I'm off to unbury more supplies.
Seems to be a recurring theme.
Yeah, he said with the biggest huff. Oh, did I hit level 10 before the guys joined? Oh, most certainly. I'm level 15 now, I think.
Sounds about right. Seems
Here,
legit.
Let's keep going up.
Oh, that's right. The apiary is new.
Yep.
Or is the apiary part of like one of the between patches?
No, apiary is new. Oh, pumpkins.
Okay. Literally, that was glossed over in every single like. This is what 3.0 has.
Yeah.
Oh, I was kicked.
Oh no,
because
I'm sorry.
The client timed out.
The apiary was there already. Client timed out.
I had the exact same problem, and I just like did it again, and it was fine.
I will send you another invite. Or I cannot send you another invite.
Yeah, I just right clicked and joined on you.
Yeah, it's a
so
better
hopefully
way.
that works.
That's a better way to do it.
Critically effective. Why is there already a fatty?
The apiary is not new. It was there last time, but it is. I think the chicken coop. Did they add the chicken coop?
No, they didn't.
No chicken coop.
That was one thing a lot of people were opining about
Yeah.
in the recap videos.
Oh well, we shall endure.
Oh my God! How am I supposed to dig this hole?
With all these zombies, yeah. Let me once again remind you that this is not the highest density.
They're everywhere. They're in my raccoon wounds.
I know.
They're in my raccoon wounds.
He said what he said. He's not apologizing.
Never. Literally never.
Never.
Nope.
Oh, come on!
No, none for you.
Chat, this is completely unacceptable.
I bumped my. Hang on. I bumped my camera. I gotta make sure my camera's still good. There we go.
I'm gonna be digging this hole for the rest of forever.
Yeah, probably. Good luck, buddy. Have fun.
Diggy, diggy hole.
Yeah, you dig.
Jack, I need some coffee or an auger.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
I'm doing too damn bad.
That's too damn bad. You keep doing it. I don't think there are any words.
Digging is perilously close to the real thing.
I mean, not that you have any experience with that.
No, not at all.
None at all.
I built a patio this week.
Oh, nice. I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
How was it?
I think it came out well.
How does your wife feel about it?
This was for my parents, so I mean, but she seemed to like it.
Okay.
I'll send you a picture later. You can judge me mercilessly then.
I would never.
Oh, the Kevin plays one-handed redeem was re-enabled? Oh, man.
No!
Thank you,
So many
Xylus.
zombies!
Thank you, Xylus.
Fuck you, Becky!
You got a sledgehammer. You'll be fine.
The sledgehammer has proven to be quite effective.
Think about it this way.
I will admit this.
Think about it this way. All the zombies. Oh, well, and there's a Kevin plays one-handed redeem. So we have a 1 minute Kevin plays one-handed.
Musical Ninja, why you do this? I thought we were friends.
There it is.
Back out of the game and then reload it.
Yeah, good luck.
I feel like a squirrel. I keep digging like just a little bit of a hole, and then I have to like look up and be like, are they close by? No? Yes? Okay, back to digging.
You're doing great, buddy. I'm proud of you.
I'm gonna be in trouble if the zombies come.
You'll be fine. Thankfully, when you get the supplies, it only spawns one in this case.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, for the initial welcome to quest.
But what am I gonna do with all this dirt?
Put it in the forge. Put it in the rock lava. Oh yeah, I should probably actually label all of our chests now that we have someone else.
Found it!
And
now I'm stuck.
I'm stuck!
I think you've got, like, I don't know.
Let's see if the...
We can say it's been a minute.
If the game wants to let me in.
I mean, I'm just gonna wait for him to walk to me.
That's fair.
And hopefully this doesn't go awry. Why won't you die?
You know what you
Thank
did.
you.
Oh,
Why
I turned
won't
the
you
mining
die?
harvest up, too, because mining's annoying.
Oh, there was a landmine right next to that cop. Okay, interesting. Didn't see that one. Saw the one by the house.
Buddy.
Buddy.
Is there pizza now? I want pizza.
Oh yeah,
Why wasn't
I saw like chicken jerky as well.
Ooh. Yeah, you think about it. We had spaghetti and meatballs. How come we couldn't make pizza?
Yeah, right? Are you really surviving in the apocalypse if
You're
you
only
can't
a few
make pizza?
steps away.
I mean,
If you
are
snake-
you really surviving in the modern world without pizza?
Fair.
True facts.
Can I play with two hands now?
Yes.
Yay!
I think
can
Jack
probably
said
turn
that like
left.
3 minutes ago.
Yeah, also that.
Machine gun. Well, shotgun bundle it is. Do you have any jobs? Let's do a fetch.
Yeah, we'll want to do it fast before it gets to be nighttime.
Kicked again. AC heartbeat from client timed out. Lovely.
What the hell?
Buddy.
I'll just meet you at that quest, Kevin.
Okie dokies.
I won't be able to loot basically anything, but I will be able to get the supplies and get one extra. Oh, the Poopy Pants Daycare, the one that Tater really wanted to go to.
Rip Tater.
R.I.P.
Like
oh
a
yeah.
kingdom for a bicycle.
By the way, the tater. Oh, I also turned run speed up by 10%. So there's that.
It did seem speedy.
Yeah.
For players or zombies?
For players.
Volcano Los Dos?
Yeah. We don't need to turn up those.
I also like that in the new toggles and stuff, instead of like breaking out zombies and then like, oh, you have zombies, then you have like wildlife. Nope, it's just any entity that moves.
Well, no,
So
you
if
can.
you want to only be able to hunt by headshot.
Yeah, you can also you can turn up the animal density as well. I did that as well. I turned it up too.
Yeah, I've also heard you can turn the animal respawn off so you can hunt the land to extinction.
Oh no! Yeah, yeah. There was one point where I encountered 3 boars.
Too real, man. Too
in
real.
Literally a block.
Yeah.
And it was at night, so it was scary.
Ooh.
All right, that's you doing violence. Okay.
Yeah. It's fine.
I mean, she's crawling through the window, but other than that,
yeah, we're fine.
All right, you ready?
Let me grab this dew collector over here real quick. Yes! Huzzah! I can finally make a workbench. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm also going to drop some things for you to read. Read this. Wear this. That's all I got.
I do love me some learns.
Oh my god, my supplies are right here.
Color me jealous.
Well, that was easy. I'll go through and help you clear the rest of it.
Meanwhile, I'm just here like the air
mine are
conjuring
just on the
meme.
other side of this wall.
You're just vibing. You're doing great, Sheehy.
I'm vibing. It's just like our last game. I'm vibing off screen.
I hear more yells.
Done.
Oh, why thank you, sir.
You get the loot. I'll see you back at the street base.
Street base.
Run, run, run. Run, run, run. Johnny the Rock Wallaby, aye? How's it going, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I just like that. That's a name you just gotta say in a bad Australian accent.
Of course, I have to go to the basement.
And another timeout.
Coffee? Nope, just dirty water.
You're in timeout, Sheehy. You think about what you did.
I'm doing that. I'm thinking about what I did to the easy anti-cheat gods.
Got to work on my drow accent? Yeah, I know.
Chat, I have found myself.
Cheers and wonderful accent, mate. Listen, I don't know. I think the other Australians in chat might disagree with you.
Are we saying that drow are just canonically Australian?
Yeah, they come from the land down under where there are big spiders, of course.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I think Minthara's vote is still out on that, but you know, I vibe.
Fine. It's fine. I am pleased.
Honeysuckle Trailer Park.
Yeah.
I saw the best reaction. I saw the best reaction from a streamer who finally got the Minthara dialogue with Gale about the second sons in Menzo Baranzan. I was very happy about that.
I think I'm hunted by
Do you not
his
know that one,
dad.
Kevin?
I do not. Enlighten me.
I'm with my brother. That is not my.
So Minthara, I think it's after Gale does something, but Minthara basically goes
Johnny.
in Menzo Baranzan after the second son. Male offspring are just killed off because they're worthless.
Yeah,
And
you have
she
the vibe of
then
a third
turns to
son.
Gale and goes, "You are giving off third son energy right now, basically."
And right before she says that, Gail's like, "You're about to say something horrible, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Jack.
Yes.
200 coal or 5 Molotov cocktails?
Probably the cocktails at this point. We are getting close to Horde Night.
I'm curious about the new, like, weapon and, like, tool stat increases.
Yeah, I found a couple of them.
Like, that seems interesting. I'm very surprised they also applied that to modifications.
Yeah. Yeah, I found a couple like that.
Like, that's kind of, like, interesting. I actually am a fan of the potential for, like, the permanent debuff to your, like, durability, as long as you keep repairing it.
Mm-hmm. I think I have that turned
like
off for now.
God.
Kick you out again?
Kevin, just curious, how many times did it take you to get in?
Twice.
Well, shit.
Good luck. Godspeed, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, now that we can build, let's get ourselves
Do
down.
you want to do the next giveaway in the morning or just before nightfall?
I think let's do it now while it's nighttime. So let me get this all organized. Kevin, you're in charge of keeping me safe while I give away the next one. Have I considered building walls? Yeah, it's too early for that. We'll be fine. So.
Pressure.
Yeah.
You don't need walls where we're going, dynamic typo.
Oh, I need mechanical parts for that. I don't have mechanical parts. Screw it. I'm giving myself 3 mechanical parts.
I like your mustache.
Thank you. And then 4 duct tape. It's okay, chat. No one saw that. All right, so let's do the way we do the giveaways right now. If you would like a copy of 7 Days to Die, put a number between 1 and 100. This includes 1. This includes 100. Put that number into the chat now, and then I will go to a random number generator. I will generate that number, and then I will whoever is the closest without going over, they get to pick, or they get the code. I will give it to the mods. The mods will whisper it to them. So I'll give you guys a minute to get your answers in. And I do have more than 992.
What happens if there's repeat numbers?
Then we do a guess off, essentially. And I should stress, this is only for Steam. So if you're not on Steam, it will not work.
Sorry, console players, but we're not sorry.
All right, so.
Oh, I'm downloading the world now.
Hold on.
Holding.
Ooh.
Holding.
Are we good? I think
we might be onto something,
I
chat.
will loot these, and then I will. You're gonna loot in. You're gonna load in right at night. So good luck.
Hell yeah! It'll be like Valheim all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Load in, get murdered by boars.
Right, now that Jack is back to moving. Mason Farms, 3 red skulls.
Don't do it, Kevin. I should stress, the zombies do more damage now.
I did notice that.
Yeah.
Do it.
All right, so let's go get ourselves our number generator.
You don't have Scipio roll a D100?
Yeah, right.
What a lovely night.
I want to avoid any
degrees.
appearance of impropriety. All right, do we have the number generator?
Ooh,
Where's the number
chat,
generator?
have you guys seen the moon? The moon looks so much better.
That is the wrong properties.
Back a book. Oh, I'm gonna go learn.
What's the over-under? Jack
There
already
we go.
looted it, though.
Okay, so I have not gotten to the Crack-a-book, so go for it, Kevin. Just bring me back any sciencey stuff, vehicles and forges, etc., etc. All right, so we got this up. Let's roll the dice. Our number is 26. So who got the closest to 26 without going over 26?
Oh, the pistol.
Wow. I think Karzachi had 13. Squish Kildu had 12. I think it's Karzachi. Did anyone else get any closer than 13? 13. Okay. Stand by. I will minimize this window, and I will get that code. I will give it give it to the mods, and they will whisper it to you.
Chat, applaud the victor.
Mm-hmm. Applaud Karzachi.
Congratulations, Karzachi.
Okay. There we go, and I'm just in time to start wrenching stuff. Oh wait, I have water to put on the... You doing okay, buddy?
Alright, let's times me out while I'm downloading the world again.
No.
Riveting gameplay, fun pimps. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I mean it is still experimental beta, so bugs are to be expected.
I have found coffee. All is right with the world.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Okay, I'm gonna make. How much meat stew can I make? I can make 5 meat stew. Let's go.
All right, this is probably a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway.
What you doing?
I'm about to do a mission at night.
Okay, have fun, buddy.
It's in a strip club.
Preemptive Fs for Kevin.
I am mighty.
Say chat, queue up the taps redeem, but fun fact, we don't have a taps redeem.
I am super swole, and I got a big hammer. It's beautiful. How did we hit 7 Nation Army?
Yeah, 7 days to die, 7 Nation Army. Let's go. 7 days to Nation Army.
7 days to load into this game.
7 days to Nation Army die.
Coffee?
7 Nation Armies to die.
There we go.
That sounds weirdly maybe accurate in this day and age.
We got there in the
we're
end.
Back to downloading the world again.
Yeah.
I'm not holding any stock in it.
Wait a minute. Who puts a jar in a toilet?
I think it's more indicative of like you.
I mean, the same people that probably put a pistol there too.
Put a.
I will find myself a toilet pistol.
I found
Okay,
3 in my other.
I
game.
hope when I load in. I hope when I load in, eventually, the first thing I find is a toilet pistol.
That happened to me, and that just happened to G in our other game.
Y'all are not nice.
Yeah, listen, man. Maybe Kevin, you just need to accept RN Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior, and once you do that, you'll start to actually.
I am starting to get some evidence that you might be correct.
Oh, we need duct tape. Oh God, all the glue's getting spent on duct tape.
Anybody going spear crafting?
No. Short iron pipe.
Then I will just learn it for the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it up.
Oh no.
I found a wiring magazine for you.
Nails. Yay.
Alright, so far I have only gotten like a little tickle. Again. And I immediately find a whole bunch of zombies.
That's what you get.
Alright, the tickle is it's bad touch now. Bad tickle. Bad tickle.
All right, just need those nails, and we are good to go. While I wait on that, I will go find something else to break down with my wrench. Why are there usually more cars around?
A level 5 pipe machine gun with... How do you check its... ranged damage, plus 45.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shihi, are you going to be going archery?
Probably.
Okay. I've got flaming arrows for you.
My realm. Ooh.
Yeah, flaming arrows.
Fancy.
They're on fire.
Oh, I forgot about the different sound of the bicycle horn.
What does it sound like?
Did they change it?
Well, for the silly sounds. You've heard it before. We just forgot.
I did notice you were on Silly Sounds.
Yes. You'll all get to hear it when you load in, or when Kevin gets near me again.
Well, I have done my due diligence. I have murdered good, and I'm on my way back to base camp.
Good job.
Why am I overburdened?
You know why. That's what happens when you carry it all inside, Kevin.
You know what you did.
Little girl.
You gotta express yourself.
That's a phrase.
So close to level 10. So close, but so far.
Have you turned in your challenges yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Level 10 strength.
Oh, wow. Okay. You're just rushing that.
I want to be able to smack real things good.
You want to smack real good. I respect that.
I want to smack real good. Because pretty much everything that I do involves smacking.
Thank you for actually reminding me. I should get level 5 in Electrocutioner.
Give him a big weapon. Alright, kick out number 1 on this round.
Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in again?
Holy mother of mercy.
Honestly, I might restart after this if I get another kick out.
That might be the way to go.
Jack, you're going to be going handguns, yes?
I'm going to be going whatever we get, so we'll see.
I just got 2 handgun magazines. All right, I'm overburdened. I'm coming home.
Yeah, and I have the double skill points, so like honestly, any gun crafting, just give to me.
You got it. Are we going to be... Can you make me some beer?
We have some beer. I don't think I can make you any more beer.
But I found hops.
Yeah, maybe. No, I didn't mean to do all that.
Bad zombies.
Mechanical parts. Duct tape. So the good news is we'll shortly have a workbench. The bad news is we have no duct tape or glue to craft anything in said workbench.
Fair enough.
So
congratulations, Squish Kill Die Ew, on your Etsy purchase.
Oh, nice! Congratulations.
Etsy.
Oh yes, Thespian Barrage. He does do the streams. If you like Street Fighter 6. 5?
Yeah,
I don't know, whichever one it is.
How dare!
6.
How dare.
You're in for a treat.
How dare!
I'm looking forward to Jack playing as Tifa
in Street Fighter. Yeah, I mean maybe we'll see. It's like, I'm still sad. There's no Vega.
I think you gotta do it for the memes.
Yeah, I know, and I'm sure they will release some ridiculous Gooner skin as well.
Jack, I'm
oh
wet
no,
and
that's
I'm
a zombie
cold.
bear.
And it's all your fault.
How is it my fault?
I don't know.
You're the one who went out raiding and looting at night. Who would go raid and loot at night?
We have no roof, and that is your fault.
You could have cut down some trees and built us a roof.
How can it be Jack's fault? Because we have to remember, it's always Kevin's fault, per the rules.
Yeah, it's in the rules.
God damn it!
It's in the rules. I don't make the rules, man. Well, I do
just
make
abide
these
by
rules,
them.
but
Hashtag rules lawyer.
Oh, bees!
Bees? Not the bees!
Always a jump scare every time they appear.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bees.
Mark, this is
that's
good
what
news.
I'm going to restart.
We can be bees. This isn't your world. But we can be a bee. Oh my god.
Alright, I will
Stumps
be
everywhere.
back.
Good luck, buddy.
Any fucking... Was there no iron?
It's all in the
Put it in
forge. What are you looking for?
I've brought you sand, I've brought you lead, and I've brought you concrete.
Well, I'm not going to be able to ride my bike up that last 40 feet of that hill.
Almost did it.
I think a little prelude is in order here. Ooh, a blueberry pie.
Delightful.
You know what I should have done? Should have started making some glue out of bones and water. Oh well.
I'm not cold, you're cold. Shut up.
Well, huddle for warmth. Also, if you have a torch,
hungry.
just get your torch out.
Yeah. I'm also standing next to the campfire.
Yeah, that'll help.
Uh-oh. They can smell me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're all stinky.
Yep.
You're a stinky boy.
We do love that smell.
Yeah, I meant to turn that down to jog, but oh well. The zombies will run occasionally.
Let's try again.
Let's do the load in again.
Alright, so what else can I see in this? There's the radiated zombie, a bunch of spike traps, a bunch of the random garbage nodes, some log piles. I think I saw mostly everything.
Yeah.
What jobs do you have? I want to clear zombies, please. Let's go to the church.
Okay, Hosier.
Hello there.
Hello there. Ooh, a level 5 stun baton with a boost to max durability. Hydrate, dynamic typo. Cheers.
Did I bring my water in here? Nope, I will go get that so I can hydrate.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
Are we talking real life or?
Yeah, real life. Real life hydrate. My character also needs to hydrate,
Dougie.
but he's a little ways away on that. I don't have any water on me. I could make a level 6 stun baton, but we don't have any. We don't have any duct tape or glue for me with which to make it. This is what happens when you turn the progression way up, but not the resources to compensate.
Yep. Who needs them?
Yeah, we'll be fine. It's all fine.
I feel real bad. I just killed like a living wolf.
Oh, we'll loot it for meat.
Oh, I did. I got a whole bunch of meat, but like he was.
He was just a little guy, and you're a monster
he was
now.
just a little guy, and I murdered him.
Loading game data. I just initialized the world.
Gaspy poos.
How are you still doing this?
Waiting for server to send the world. I don't know why. I don't know.
Just had to turn it off and turn it back on again.
Maybe.
Right. Into the church.
Into the church.
I was thinking the same.
Into the church and out of the church. Timed out.
There will be no show tunes, sir.
I'll try something else.
Oh, you're gonna say no show tunes? Kevin,
if you'll excuse
James,
me, I have a lot of stones to throw in this glass house. Go away. Go away. Oh, God, why? I just got exploded on. Your arm's off!
Okay. That's good. Now let's actually do this quest.
There we go. Let's try this. That might have been it. I might have needed to switch my Wi-Fi to my home.
Kevin has to play one-handed.
Spot in the house.
1 minute.
I'm
you can start
I'm
it.
exploring, goddammit!
Start your 1 minute
Goddammit.
timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
If I die because of this
Fidget
chat,
Tram pacer test.
14, 15,
Oh, God.
16,
So many zombies.
17, 18, 19,
Yeah, you
20,
did this to me!
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32,
Spiral staircase.
33, 34, 35,
Probably should not be walking up it
36,
backwards.
37, 38, 39, 40,
God damn it.
41,
No,
42,
going.
43,
Fuck you, Becky.
44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49,
Leroy!
50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 50. What comes after 57?
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, 58.
I'm literally...
59. 60. Kevin, you can go back.
Jesus Christmas. It's raining zombies on me, and I'm just like waiting for them to walk up to me because I can't swing and move.
You're a good doobie, Kevin. You can get SpongeBob for a set of 10. I need my voice to work tomorrow. That feels like a terrible idea. At this altitude and this level of humidity.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're at altitude. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
You dodged a bullet on the humidity, though.
They call it elevation. No, I was back home last night. I experienced it. It was awful.
Yeah, it's not great, Bob.
I enjoyed it at first, and then I was like, no more.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, let's see. Are you any good?
Oh. Hello, sir.
Alright, why am I on top of the church? There's nothing up here. I broke the bell.
Why you do this?
I was looking for something to smash.
Okay.
Zombies.
Call it altitude and get corrected all the time. Yeah, they love to do that out here.
Go the pistol. No.
Should have counted in French.
Drink.
No, Xylus, here's the problem. If I counted in French, we wouldn't get to the funny numbers. We'd only get to the funny numbers if we made it a 100-second Kevin plays one-handed.
Please don't.
But Kevin, don't you want to hear me say 60-11 in French?
I mean, kinda. But you could just do that now.
And Kevin...
I think he has to count up that high.
No, I have to count up to that high. Yeah, I can't recall the number otherwise. And also, Kevin, when you get to 79, it sounds really funny. It sounds like you're saying something else.
What does it sound like you're saying?
You'll find out.
My name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way.
What's up, Striped
and
Paws?
I have long ebony black hair.
Thanks for
I hear
stopping
the
in.
zombies, but I don't see the zombies.
Skippy.
What the fuck am I?
How you doing, my boy?
Is there like a secret door under the coffin or something?
I don't have that information.
Oh, the church? No, I don't think it's under a coffin. Because, is there an underground part to that one? I can't remember.
I feel like probably.
No, crisis averted. Found him. Fuck you, Kyle.
You tell him.
Everywhere.
Oh.
Why are you
Grandpa's
running?
Learning elixir.
That was an ordeal.
You doing all right there, buddy? You're gonna make it.
Fuck you, Kyle! Oh, all right, Becky. You know what? That was pretty impressive. That was a very good dodge.
Megan, you like the number 79 in French?
Wait a minute, Xylus, what? I'm sorry, Musical Ninja, what is it?
You'll find out eventually. Here's what I'll do. Next time, I'll count from 30 in French. I'll just count faster. I'll count as fast as I can in French to 100. That'll be the next timer for Kevin Plays One-Handed.
God damn it, don't incentivize them.
I mean, listen, it's just, I think we're just being, it's just legit. It's legit. It's fine. Oh, God. There is a storm in the wasteland.
Actually kind of shocked you can breathe in there at all.
You can't, but it's fine. I only took like 7 damage.
Okay. Give me something good.
Rare.
Hey, I got some glue. You want some glue?
Yes. I need that glue. I gotta get myself a level 6 stun baton. I even got the legendary part for it.
I also got you some good learning stuffs.
Oh, thanks.
Chihi, are you in here yet?
No. No, he's gone forever. He's got no chance.
I am in the hell that is this.
Oh my god. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't it be like that?
Oh my god.
By the way, Kevin, I'm about to put some armor in there. If you would like
love some armor.
non-primitive armor.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I look fabulous in this grass, but
you make it work.
So what the fuck?
You really do make it work.
I did not modify my character at all. What the fuck am I?
You're Kevin. Glue goes in general, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
you look like
suit
such
now.
a good businessman.
I'm the best business boy.
I'm gonna save that learn an elixir for he if and when he ever gets here.
I say that if is feeling a lot more like what it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm. Wait, where are my stones? Where are my stones? Who put stones
General?
somewhere where they shouldn't be? Oh no.
Did you check
Can
general?
I put them in a glass
Yeah, they
house?
should. Yeah, they don't go in general. They go in rock lobsters. That's why it's called rocks.
Oh, look at that.
Right, Scipio?
Doom, 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 doo, 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 doo.
Meow.
Where you want bones?
Meow.
Meow. My boy. You doing okay?
Boy, where you want the bones?
Sorry, General. I was talking to my cat.
I know.
Meow.
You're so good. You're so good. You're such a good little boy. Thanks for coming on in. You are the bestest boy. You know how good you are. You know how good you are. You're so good. You're so good. You can get that little tummy. You can get that little
Good
tummy.
chat. You're praising the boy even though you can't see him.
Praise
We've trained
that
you well.
child. Yes, you're so good.
Oh, now we can see him. Chat, praise your king.
Oh. I have to kill the animals.
Yeah.
Hey, guess who is the ultimate skull crusher? This guy.
Scipio. Oh, yeah, you.
I was
You're
going to say
mean.
Scipio.
Scipio's more of a slasher than a skull crusher. Oh
Scipio
yeah,
took the
I have
slasher
a
feat on level up.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot I have a workbench in here.
Yet another timeout.
Sit and think about what you did.
I'm gonna go raid a bomb shelter if you'd like to come.
I'm gonna go get the working stiff tools because I feel like that's gonna be very important. By the way, I put boot. Oh, you got boots. Yeah, I put nerd boots in the armor chest, but they're only level 1.
Don't step in the fire. That's bad. God damn it.
Did you light yourself on fire?
I don't...
Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yeah, I done did.
It's okay. It's okay. Kevin, you're hot
You're
enough
supposed
as you
to leave the fire. The fire is supposed to stay on your hammer. If it lasts longer than 4 hours, see a doctor.
Kevin, goddammit.
That's a Clark move. And a Kevin, goddammit.
Why do you have sneakers on your bicycle?
I don't know. Oh, I'm on top of my bike.
Into the bunker.
Oh, this is annoying. Buried supplies.
You have fun with that.
I
Oh god.
will not.
Oh god. Why are there so many zombies in this bunker? Look at your little vest. How cute.
Yeah, I got a little minor equipment. Okay, so I gotta make some building blocks.
Toolbox. Forged iron. Fuck off.
You tell him.
I mean, surely you're getting all this experience.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun to earn some experience.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I think it would be a lot of fun to just be in the game.
Yes. Even if I get murdered by a boar or something, or a zombie at night when I load in, at least I can say I did that.
Oh.
Oh, this is cute. The strippers have different colored dresses.
Because that's the details they wanted you to notice.
Oh, she was married. How cute.
There is a lot of sort of incremental storytelling in this game. Of like, if you pay attention to your surroundings. Or environmental storytelling, that's what I'm thinking of. I dug a Clark hole. Listen, I'm trying to not make a massive crater in the middle of this roadway. No, not that way.
But how else would you know it's a zombie apocalypse if there aren't just giant craters in the middle of the road and or landscape?
Freaking fruit am I supposed to get down there?
Jump.
There's a metal grate.
What the hell is that?
Don't give me
Thermacore insulated mod. Looks different now.
Oh yeah, no. I did seeing that they updated the insulated lining mods to be in line with like the Thermacore style line for like your undergarments.
Whew, that was a bit more damage than I wanted. No, we got zombies out the wazoo. Well, I'm never getting out of this hole, chat. It's your mom. Is my last night at your mom's place all over again.
Amazing.
I'm just inside this hole and I ain't leaving.
Yeah, I knew this was not going to give me hope. I'm downloading the world again, and it's at 6%, and it says estimated time 1509, but now it's not changing.
Buddy.
Hey, listen.
What are we? What are we
doing? There's a timeout.
Why are we? Oh, Kevin plays one-handed. Okay. Do we have another thing?
I mean, the one-handed is fine
Oh,
because
no,
I'm just sitting here sledgehammering through steel.
Okay. Well, while you do that, I will count in French up to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. It's been a long time since I had to do that. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 56, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. We're up to 60, Kevin. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 66, 67, 68, 69. Nice. 70, 71, 72, 73, 73, 74, 60, God, 15, 75, merci. 76, 77, 78, 79. Where were we? We were at 79. Oh yeah, 80. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 88, 89, 90, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 80. Oh God, 96, 15, 96, 97, 98, 99 et 100. I missed 87.
Delightful.
Okay, great.
Chat's
Awesome.
saying you missed one. I think you gotta start over again.
Oh, I gotta start all over again. Sorry, Kevin.
Sorry, Kevin.
You live in this hell now.
No. Gee, should
like
you
a
ever
basic
actually
Grand
join
Theft
here, I have a special level 6 bow for you.
Ooh, yeah. That might just be for you, my guy.
Hey Jack.
Yeah.
Do you have a an enhanced stone axe?
I do not.
Okay. Would you like one?
Sure.
It's
I'm watching the time remaining on downloading the world increase like I'm on dial-up or AOL.
Oh, buddy.
Waiting for it to turn into the 1 year, 48 days.
Oh no. Well, we'll see you in 2027, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, when 4.0's out and we get bandits. Actually, no, it won't even have bandits by then.
What do I need? Duct tape. Let's make some duct tape. Can I make a stun baton yet? Stun baton.
I gave you so much glue.
You did. I'm making, and I'm using it to make duct tape as we speak. Yeah. Nah, not enough time to get that ready. I'm gonna do this quest. I'm gonna go get more buried supplies.
I'm going to run again to the cook residence. Because that's apparently all I'm good for.
My French accent is better than yours. Well, I mean, if you got a French Canadian grandpa, I mean, that's the French Canadian accent is. Ooh.
19.
19. Oh. Canadian insults are the best. Tabarnak.
Ring, ring, ring.
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring, ring.
Ring, ring.
Did you just call me a barnacle?
No. That's just something that the Quebecois will say. You just say tabarnak. As a general all-purpose curse.
Fair enough. I will remember that.
Mm-hmm. Fair 19 is the proper term.
To the cook residence again.
Hey, listen. Just let him cook.
Oh, I found you more glue.
Thanks, buddy.
And a zombie that sounds like a feral fucking cat.
Meow.
Meow! I come back from the kitchen and what do I find? A timeout!
Buddy.
Surely you jest.
Maybe it's you.
It might be me. Once we finish these quests, maybe I'll try
I think I'm just built different.
It might be. I can try quitting out of the game, jumping back in the game, and seeing if that fixes it. And then after that, we will say, alas.
Not water. Don't drink.
I will be alone with the moo. Horde night is tomorrow night, so we got a little bit of time, but not a ton of time.
You guys do.
Honey extractor.
If I load in, I'm fucked.
Where's everyone going?
Amy G.
Bingo?
Thank you, Amy G.
Amy G.
Amy G. Bow, bow, bow.
I gotta add that sound.
The hero we need, if not the one we deserve.
Rico, there is no small horde ever when playing with Jack. It's just massive.
Honestly,
It's just
this is smaller for me. Only 32 zombies. I usually play with 64.
Oh wow. Yeah, you usually have 64.
Wait a minute. You giving us the training wheels?
Listen.
Boo.
Listen. I'm just trying to be considerate. Because I'm a considerate guy.
Have you considered these nuts?
Oh no, but I have considered D's Noof.
The cook residence was like, it's a pun. Like there is a whole bunch of meth happening here.
Oh yeah. That's right. I remember that one. I meant to go back and loot that at one point. Oh well.
Well, I just did it for you.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh God, hazmats.
Get out of the hole. Get out of the hole. Yes. Aha! F you, zombs.
Oh, I just got a notification there's a hype train.
Hype train!
Oh. Hype it up while we play this wonderful game by the Fun Pimps. It's wonderful. It's great. And by we play, I mean Kevin and Jack.
I play. He thinks about what he did.
Playing.
Loading screen.
Rabbit, get back here. Get back here, bunny.
2K26.
I will
That's
say,
funny.
I feel like they slowed down the rabbits and sped up the chickens. Like, I feel like the rabbit runs as fast as the chicken should run, and the chicken runs as fast as the rabbit should run.
They should not have had to speed up the chickens. By God, I remember trying to chase them down before this.
Yeah, I feel like I can always catch the rabbits very easily, and then the chickens are just like, you know, they be
They're
chicken.
chickening.
Yeah. Sir.
Alright. Let's get the fuck out of the cook residence. Another zombie just fell on my head. Great.
Yeah. They do that.
Dead zombies. Get out of here.
Here's what I'm going to propose, Kevin. When we load back in, I turn the zombie density up to very high.
Hi.
We got to try it out. We got to test it out.
Yeah, we gotta test it out because it's gonna be in beta.
Yeah. Toilet pistol! God damn it.
Oh,
Did
you
they
sounded like you
announce
got
when
it.
it's gonna go live for everyone?
I don't know. I don't remember. I feel like with Streamer Weekend, that usually means it's coming the next week.
It's usually the following Monday.
Yeah.
So mark that down, chat. If you want to play 3.0 7 Days to Die, Monday's your day. Hopefully.
So somewhere next
it's
week.
never been
most
pushed
likely.
back before. Yeah.
Kevin, why is
Okay,
there a
I'm at
random wood
28.
block in
Nope,
the middle?
there's the timeout.
There we go.
Why is there... Oh, because I had to do it for the challenge.
Oh, okay.
Freedom! Got locked in the house and I could not remember how to leave.
Buddy.
So I did the only reasonable thing. I sledgehammered my way out.
I'm proud of you.
That is entirely valid. When you're trapped, just punch through a wall.
Yep. What do we got here? Oh my god!
Yeah.
I just got level 6 knuckle wraps.
Yep.
With four bonuses.
Nice.
Melee damage, power attack damage, block damage, and max durability.
If only one of us was doing the Fortitude build. Fortitude Brawler.
I mean, I'm starting to think it might be a good idea.
It would make your Horde Night much easier.
It would.
Jack, the chat has a question. Are you going to do the server again?
Yeah, I think once 3.0 is out and stable, I'll update the server. It's just annoying to update it between like experimentals and then betas and yeah.
Go, Jack.
Yes.
Where is it? Huh? Those are for you.
Thanks.
I helped.
You're doing great, buddy. You're doing great.
Man, Kevin looks spiffy. He looks like a charming door-to-door salesman of
Doesn't
goods
he?
and services.
You
Yeah.
look so nice.
He looks like he could be in the Fallout show.
Mm.
Maybe I am.
Maybe he is.
Wait, bandoliers have durability now?
Mods
The
do
fuck?
in general, I think.
Oh, don't like that.
I think that was part of the new update with them getting like different tiers for stuff.
Like that at all.
That's too bad. You keep dealing with it.
Ring, 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 ring.
Kevin, do you have a bicycle yet?
Trying to join again will do it.
No, I don't have a bicycle
Oh,
yet.
wait,
I
hang
gave all
on.
my engineering stuff to you.
Yeah, once you're done, I can probably just make you a bicycle at this point. I just realized. Do we have 2 wheels? Yes, we do. Kevin, I'm making you a bicycle.
Yay!
If we have enough glue. Yeah, we should.
I take issue with the idea that the nerd boots are heavy armor.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, I kind of get why they did it. Of like, because if you're nerdy, you want to wear like big, heavy stuff. You want to be Iron Man. But nevertheless, I'm also like, yeah.
Yep, because when I'm cosplaying as Iron Man, I want to wear a little propeller hat.
I'm missing. I need more duct tape. Okay. That moment when I remember that I could have made Kevin a bicycle all along.
I'm over
You didn't want to.
50%.
Hey, I found a beaker.
Ooh, nice. Throw it on in.
I did.
Yeah.
Make me some coffee. You know what would be really nice? If they did the Subnautica thing and just like stuff that's in storage right next to you, just, you know, can just be included.
I will say one of the really nice things is like just being able to access everything that's in your inventory or in all of the chests that are in your base, unless someone else is in that chest actively at that moment.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yep.
That'd be nice.
Baton parts. Do we have? Yes, we have 6.
I also do like games that have crafting. You can access the chests in your base too.
Yeah. Okay.
Bicycle?
Oh,
I need 1 mechanical part. That's annoying.
I want to.
I'm naked and afraid, boys.
Bicycle.
All right, 23 seconds.
Bicycle.
23 seconds, you'll have your bike. Oh, I'm missing 2 duct tape. Okay. You get your bike, I get my stun baton, and we all have fun. Are you enjoying your time up there, Kevin?
I am. Does this count as a mustache ride?
No, because you have a beard. Oh, I guess I have a mustache. Are you teabagging me?
I don't know if it counts.
Because I'm teabagging you.
Hey, bud.
Hey,
oh yeah,
bud.
that's quite the that is a view.
Yep, just use C.
I'm like all up in there. All right. Ugh.
Kevin, your bike is in the workbench. Take it. Take it now.
Yes. Bicycle. I'm so happy.
I don't know where you guys are.
Did you load it? Oh my God, you exist. Kevin, send he an invite.
I'm naked, I'm afraid, and I can't find any stones. Oh, I do not want to go near that zombie.
No, probably not.
I would just
They're
do a
mean.
mad dash for us, to be honest with you. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, no, I will.
So
Okay, I see.
And
some
read
of
all
them
the
now.
fucking books.
You cannot.
I got you so many books.
I have learned you cannot combine a pipe baton and a stun baton.
Interesting.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, you're so far away.
Why are you so far away?
I don't know. I clicked to spawn in on Jack. I just looted a purse.
Did you find a purse pistol?
Nope.
Sad.
I almost yelled, I don't know you.
That's my purse. I don't know you. All right. What do we get next? Buckets.
I forgot that it's like a squeaky toy.
Yeah.
How do you honk the horn?
X.
I forget. X.
Oh, I love that gremlin.
Yeah, that was a laugh right there.
It's the little things in life you treasure. Oh God! Oh God! I found the landmines.
So that bike is no more.
Watch Kevin lose the bike immediately.
So, fun story. I was very injured. The bike is apparently immortal.
Oh yeah, great. We'd love to see it. As it should be.
Hello, zombies.
All of a sudden, just my health is gone, and boom!
Yeah, your health is fine. You're doing fine. I see your health.
Hello, zombies. Get over here so I can beat the shit out of you.
Oh God. Oh God. Why? Why is their house on the top of a fucking cliff?
Oh, I think that's the place that I did earlier. The shanty.
Yep.
Where's everyone going?
Oh,
Bingo.
mountain biking.
KJ Thundercat,
God.
thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Should I be going towards you, Jack, or Kevin?
Not towards me.
Not towards Kevin? Cool.
Come towards... You're going to want to head basically straight west.
Oh,
And
west?
then,
Okay,
yeah,
I can do
straight
that.
west and a little bit north.
Alright.
I can say with great confidence, you do not want to come towards me.
I've found the river. I've found a bridge.
Oh.
Oh, I need
So
to
wait,
open the
you're down,
challenges window.
down by the river?
Down by the river.
Oh God. Why? Why? Why do we even have that? What do we got? Also, hydrate. Let me get on this ladder where it's safe.
Hello, sir.
Hello there.
Ooh. Hydroponics. This place is nice.
You do not need to be looting cement. We're not going to get cement.
I am cold.
Yeah, it's raining.
Huh.
You're naked.
You're naked and
Of
afraid,
course
and
you're
it's
cold.
raining.
True. Let me just take out my torch.
Alright, this is going to sound wrong.
Yeah.
And I want you to know I hear it too. But the fact that the little boys don't give a lot of experience is inappropriate.
They're not little boys. They're just nerds.
They are small and they are wearing little vests.
Yeah, they're nerds.
Chad, I don't know what to do with myself right now. I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe with Kevin.
Oh,
Are they wearing
level
heavy
2
boots?
already?
He, in the cooked food, there's a Grandpa's Learning Elixir. Feel free to take it. Get
Sweet.
yourself caught up.
I got more glue.
Toilet bullets.
It's the second most important thing
I have-
besides toilet pistols.
I have not seen toilet bullets before. That is a new one on me. Nightstand pistol? God damn it! This is the longest I've gone without a pistol found anywhere in a while. Halfway through day 3. Well, maybe not. But I feel like I've usually found at least one by the first horde.
Did you see that you can turn off Trader Invulnerability?
Oh, yes, I did. I just turned off Trader
Yeah.
talking.
Oh, thank God. I've never been so happy to hear complete silence from an NPC in my life.
Mm-hmm. Wrecked can get wrecked.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it means no Trader Jen. But, honestly, it's fine.
We take what we can get. Alright. I said I was going to go do my usual bullshit of archery. So let's put a point into that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of a bunch of skill books for you for that in the learning.
Kind of want to do Demolitions Expert again, but I'm gonna do my usual bullshit of perking into Strength as well.
My leg is broken and it hurts.
We got a plaster cast back at base and steroids for you.
But I'm far away.
Well,
yeah, that's the worst
you
part.
do have
I
a
had
bicycle.
steroids on me, and I just dumped them in the chest, and I'm filled with regret.
At least you have a bicycle.
I do have a bicycle. PT is important.
Oh, I found an AK.
Delightful.
Who needs a toilet pistol when you can find a AK in a bag?
A gun. A full-on gun.
Toilet pistol?
Did you bump up the inventory space?
Yes. Or the
okay.
Not the inventory space, but the amount of items you can carry before you're encumbered.
Yep. Okay. I wanted to make sure of that because I'm like, this seems excessive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, like, I made this a faster progression, faster moving, just like because we're probably only going to play 4 days in this world and then be done with it.
Yeah.
Just advance through it faster, get to a horde, not spend as much time walking around slowly.
Grab that learning elixir. And
I should not have opened that door.
Cool. I am on my way back to base with a bucket that is full of water. And I'm going to make us a lake.
Buckets.
I'm going to name it Lake
Wait, you can do
Kevin.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
You can scoop water with a jar now. You could always scoop water with a jar.
Well, that I remember.
That's
but
been
not
a thing.
bucket.
That ain't new. That's been a thing for a long time. I mean, I guess they put glass jars back in, but yeah, that was a thing for a good long while.
My poor leg.
You're gonna be okay, buddy. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn this quest in. I'm gonna build myself a safe space where I can exist safely. I'm gonna get myself more tea with honey.
In your safe space.
In my safe space, yeah.
Bulletproof windows.
And then when I get back, it'll be nighttime. I have a nighttime quest, but we will also do the last 7 Days to Die giveaway. If you would like to get 7 Days to Die, you will have one more chance when I get back after I make myself safe and dump all this inventory.
Chat, you heard the man. If you want to die in 7 days and not have to watch a TV in the ring, make sure you're ready for the giveaway.
So smooth.
That took me a moment. I like that.
I gotta sometimes make things relevant.
I appreciate that.
Have I seen that movie? Nope.
You've never seen The Ring?
Nope. The only ring I care about is the one forged in the fires of Mount Doom. By Caliber
Nerd.
Listen, it's a great protection piece in Magic the Gathering.
Keep your Tolkien out of my Magic the Gathering.
Listen, I'll take Tolkien over Marvel.
You know what? I'll give you that one. Yeah, that one's fair.
I'm like, I know there's some common ground here. Time to play the game of will I get murked doing my buried supplies?
Maybe. We do have
Yes.
quite a few zombies.
Hell yeah. Well, I got a tier 6 bow. They won't know what's coming until I run out of arrows.
That is technically correct.
And then they'll know exactly what's coming as I run at them with a bone or a club.
Kevin, your wife is texting me. Do I need to be concerned?
Why is she texting you?
Oh no.
I don't know. She sent
What
me
is
a-
she saying?
She sent me a Reddit post. I'm a little concerned.
post?
Do I need to be looking at this right now?
I don't know.
Is this?
You didn't talk to me about
Is
it.
this important to our life?
I have no idea.
Is this critical
you
for our current
currently have
situation?
more information than I do.
It's not your wife, Jack.
That's true. That's true. I'm not the one who's going to get in trouble if I don't look at it. Wood.
It's planting.
Kevin, goddamn
He
it.
is a plant.
Amazing lake. Isn't it such a good lake? Hang on. Still
It
the
is
wife.
the greatest lake.
It's the wife of my husband. Yeah, that is fair. But wait, I need.
I'm gonna put a wall around the
Gosh darn it,
more
has
nails.
been redeemed a lot this evening.
Everyone tells me it's the greatest lake. And I'm gonna make
Don't
the
do it.
zombies
Don't
build
do it. Don't do it. I see it. I see it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I heard where that was going.
Oh wow, that is a very easy buried supplies. I will take this.
Yeah.
It's literally just
nails in?
straight down.
10 nails. I'll be back for those nails after I fill up
That's
my
what I
water.
thought.
Nope, that's not it.
Sir, why did you run faster? Sit down, please.
Literally never.
Did they patch that?
Oh god, no.
They did. Okay. So you now have to let the water filling animation completely finish before you leave.
Question for the crowd. I somehow enabled third person. How do I get out of it?
The button above tab, the squiggly / apostrophe.
Oh, it's that one? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
The squiggly.
Yeah, the squiggly one.
That tilde. Is that the tilde? Yeah, it is.
Tilde. Yeah, that's what chat is saying.
I'm gonna go dig a hole.
You do it. You keep digging.
But my arms are tired and my hands is blistered and my scalp is burned.
Are your knees weak?
Palm sweating.
Mom spaghetti?
Yeah.
Alright, zombies.
All right,
I'm gonna
fam.
dig this hole. I want you to not get involved. Wait a minute, do I have to dig in the landmine? I have to dig in the fucking landmines.
Have fun, buddy. Don't die. All right, I
See, that's
will.
the where Kevin dies.
I will take a minute or two. I'm gonna get myself somewhere safe. I will hide in that safe spot, and then I'm gonna propose we all
Wildly
go
unfair.
do.
Why do I have to dig amongst the landmines?
I mean, you know what you did.
The silence. It's so nice.
Okay. So, chat, 3-minute commercial. It'll be nighttime by the time we get back. I will have this quest to do with working stiff tools. All are welcome to join. And then we will do our last giveaway as we head into our final day. We got a Kevin and a Sheehy, but also 150 viewers. So 3-minute commercial. I'll be back. Kevin and Sheehy, it's your show now. Keep them entertained.
Zombies are hitting the landmines.
No. My show? Ooh. Hello, chat.
What's up,
Good to
guys?
see all of you. I'm not going to have it open because I need to catch up to these boys. Oh, I can level up. Let's do that. I should
What's up, Minty?
probably... I'll do that. I'll do that. Because I like
Layer.
having my resources. Oh, wait. Are there more nails?
I mean, I've been dumping nails in the chest.
Okay. Wonderful.
Should we tell Jack that he is still audible?
No. Let him do
No?
it. Let's see how long it
Okay.
takes.
Fair enough. Another zombie has found a landmine. Boom.
You say it like it's a bad thing.
Have I been watching Min Maxed? I have not, Chunky, because I'm a bad person. I miss playing games with you too, Musical Ninja. Yes, I'm sorry I've been absent. Life has a terrible way of, you know, rearing its ugly head.
Amen to that.
Oh god, I'm so thirsty. How am I always so thirsty?
Have you thought about not being thirsty?
I'm drinking all the red tea I can stomach.
Oh my god, a snake. Call me Indiana Jones.
Alright, I have dug myself a hole for these stupid berry supplies, and if I'm being honest, I'm never going to be able to get out of it.
Do you need me to come assist you?
I'm basically in a chimney.
Okay, Krampus or Santa Claus or whatever you identify as. You're in the chimney. You can enjoy that.
I didn't say I was enjoying it, I said it's my situation.
Another snake? Oh my god.
Every so often I just hear a loud boom.
Is it vaguely to the 1912?
Kevin is a pro.
No. Oh god.
Kevin is a pro.
I'm stuck in the hole and it's raining zombies.
Kevin is a pro.
Zombies.
They're all feral too.
Kevin is a pro.
I'm definitely not coming towards you then, buddy. You're
And
on
I'm dead.
your own. F's in the chat for Kevin.
And I'm dead. Oh god damn it. My bicycle's over there too. Spawn near my backpack.
Why am I... Oh, he's stuck. Why is this
No
deer
distraction,
just
son.
stuck in the wall?
I'm really busy beating up strangers.
I mean, these things happen.
Kevin, god damn it.
Bro, you can eat some of this deer. I don't care. I just don't want to fight you right now. Never mind, he wants to fight. But he's running into barbed wire. Never mind, he's running at me now. Ow. Oh, I'm concussed. Oh, there's another one here. I've got a gun.
God damn it, Becky, why won't you die? There's just a small horde of zombies in the hole that I was stuck in. You know, I'm kind of inclined to give him a way out. I'm gonna give him a little bit of a dig. Guys, how you doing?
Yo.
You wanna come up?
I'm infected.
Come on
Ow.
up.
This hurts.
You don't need those legs. It's fine.
Put the raw food away. Maybe I won't die. No, I need those arrows.
Come on, guys. Becky. Hi. Hi. How you doing, guys? Hey. Kaplow. Come on up.
Pew.
Come on up. Come on, Lois. You can do it. I believe in you.
Lois.
Whatever. I tried. Y'all don't want to come up. It's not my fault anymore.
I'm gonna turn the fire off, just that way we don't get things attracted to us, because it's already done doing the water.
No, we want things to come for us. Don't turn off the fire.
But then we're just burning wood.
So?
That is fair. All right, I feel vaguely safe. Let's look at chat.
I'm glad you feel vaguely safe. I'm surrounded by zombies. They're so angry.
Oh, Kevin. Oh no, someone did the thing.
What? Who did?
It rhymes with Kevin plays one-handed.
Chat, I'm a little busy right now.
Kevin, if you want, I'll time you. That way we don't have to listen to Jack count.
Hold on. I'm getting back on my bicycle and I'm coming back to base. Avoid the landmines. Avoid the landmines.
I will wait till you're back in order to do it. That way I can kind of try to protect you with my very, very new character.
Okay, fam.
So many
we are
landmines.
back. We're going to do our last giveaway now. So now is your time. Put a number in the number generator. Somewhere between 1 and 100. If you do not already have 7 Days to Die, I have one last Steam key to give away. It's only on Steam. So if you're looking for console, sorry, bro. But yeah.
Sorry, console players.
Jack, I got eaten.
Did you die?
I did.
F's in the chat for Kevin. F's in the chat for Kevin.
He also has to play one-handed.
And he's got to play one-handed? Okay. Well, I'm going to my quest if anyone would like to join me. I will get there.
I would like to join you.
I will run the random number generator, so come to my quest.
Yep.
Come
I
to
will
me.
I will join you in a hot second. I am
Don't dilly-dally
I was
because we've only got
burning time.
a little bit of time because it's a nighttime quest.
Where are you? Oh, you're
Yep.
this way. Okay. I'm coming, baby. I'm pedaling as fast as I can.
That's fine. I got zombies to kill over here, and we got to give chat a chance. Poopy Pants Daycare. Yes, it does. X Emily. There we go. That's good. All right, and now. OBS.
Pants Daycare. Woohoo!
Okay, let's get this number generator up, and let's run it one last time. So. There we go.
Yes, I
One
too
last
want
generate.
to poop my pants. Let
Here we
me
go.
have
In 3, 2. I still see numbers coming in. You guys get 10 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Generate. 41. Who was Sosumi was close to 37. Was close with 37. Oh, Bahadur, you almost got it. I think it's 37. I think it's Sosumi. Sosumi, you are our winner. Let me grab that last one for you. The mods will whisper it to you, and we will get it to you momentarily.
Kevin!
I hear so many things
Yes?
happening below me.
Help!
I got you, buddy.
Thanks, Boo.
Why are you stabbing him with a knife?
Because I'm going agility, my guy.
What happened to the bow?
I have a bow.
Quest is restarted.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh god.
Yeah, got time. No time
they're
for looting.
feral. That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, the pistol.
No. No, none for you.
Run.
By the way, Chad, it's an ongoing thing that Kevin has never found a toilet pistol in this game, so we have to make sure that he never gets a toilet pistol. Just a little game we play.
A little game we play, he says, when it's the main game that we play.
Sorry, is that an irradiated belcher?
Maybe.
Yep. Jesus.
Well, I'm working on the generator, so you
stab
work
you.
on him.
Stab.
His head's off. He's all better now.
Good job, buddy.
Like an assassin in the night. Ooh, there's something back here. I also hear more zombies.
Yeah, I
There's
think they're
plenty of
outside.
zombies.
I think they're...
Oh, they are. Yeah,
Other
they're
guys.
outside the gate.
Yeah. Generator's back on.
Which, knowing our luck, that gate opens and...
Nah, we'll be fine.
Oh, we just have to
Now clear
areas
the
now.
areas. Coffee? God damn it.
Cardboard box.
I just want some coffee.
Ooh, another cardboard box. I got a paintbrush.
Is it really so much to ask that I get some coffee?
Apparently, yes. Ooh, and you could do smoothie.
I
What in
forgot.
the RNG loot tables?
I forgot that I had that sound available. Oh, God, that's so good.
Which sound?
The Palpatine Do It techno.
Yes.
Sorry, what?
The Palpatine Do It trap remix.
Do it. Oh, there's a light over here. Does this mean we go this way? Probably.
Definitely, probably, maybe.
Done.
Ah, because it leads to
They're
the
dead.
roof, and we're done. Did we find the loot room?
It's down here.
No. It's over here.
Cool.
Someone opens the door, please.
Oh, I was gonna say no. Working stiff or stiffly working motor tool parts, like we're gonna need those where we're going.
LOLs.
Ooh, another one.
Come on, toilet pistol.
You're not even in a
More
toilet.
motor tool
I'm right next.
parts.
I'm next to a fucking line of toilets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, if there's anyone who's... Any time for you to get a toilet pistol, now would be the time.
I found bones. I have found corn. I have found iron. I have found no pistol.
Thank you for reminding me that there are toilets here and I need to loot them before you do.
Yep. Oh, I got a mega crush thingy or energy
Nice.
drink, whatever it is.
Well,
Those are good.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to it so I can stab things even better.
Nobody stabs things good. Not in this game. Stabby stabs are the worst.
They are, but I'm committing to the bit.
Fair enough. Shouldn't it be Horde Night? No, it's
tomorrow
Horde
night.
Morning.
Tomorrow night.
As in, like, day 5 or day 4?
Day 4 has just begun. It is 2:20
Yeah.
a.m.
Yeah, so the
And
evening
you
of day
are
4.
a very evil goose.
I don't... I don't know how to feel about that.
No, I don't know.
What happened?
I got nothing. You being an evil goose.
Oh.
We have some history with geese in our D&D game.
We do.
That's
I
fair.
don't like it.
TPK'd in
Is
the
the-
first
is-
session by a goose hydra.
I was gonna ask, did the goose hydra make an appearance?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Goostra.
Goose.
Where are we at? Where are we at?
We love goose hydras. Oh, knife books. Let's go.
Oh, are you a knife guy?
I gave you all of those books on bows, and you go
Yeah,
a knife.
I read those.
Uh-huh.
Listen, there's still
Ooh.
going to be zombies that hit me
Hey, this
when they get close.
this bridge right here is where we can make a very easy, very quick horde base. I have marked it on my map.
Very evil, very nice.
Very easy, very nice, so fresh, so clean.
Watch WoW.
When
You are cursed.
walk away, you don't hear me say.
Hear me say, please.
Sorry, are you Kingdom Heartsing?
Yeah, I mean, I said fresh and
I mean-
clean, and so I just went to simple and clean. That was the word association I went to. Oh,
I
God.
didn't know you played
honestly-
Kingdom Hearts.
I mean, we gotta play Kingdom Hearts because, you know, Nintendo, out of all of the publishers, nabbed the Kingdom 4 Hearts trailer.
I mean,
Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer.
Has there ever been a franchise that has been so determined to not let its fans play all of its games?
Oh, yeah.
No, there is not. Honestly, mind-boggling.
Although, to their credit, they finally are releasing a actual not cloud-based grouping of the games for Switch, and I'm like, okay, that's not the worst.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's way too late. It's too late to apologize.
Kevin, why are you just sneaking around? What are you doing?
What's sneaking?
Sneaking around?
Thwarting your plans?
You're just like sneaking in place.
Yeah, you are. It's
Awkwardly.
actually kind of funny.
Wait, what?
Yeah, now you're peacocking at me. Kevin, are you okay? Is this a call for help?
I'm standing still.
You're not. Well, you're not for us. Let me tell you.
No, you're not. I'm enjoying this right now.
Hold on, Jack, come here.
War.
Come
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I'm going to flock at you.
What are you, a goose?
Apparently. I've got some stew.
You're doing an ostrich
Hold on,
mating
what happens
dance.
if I jump?
Now you're kind of normal again. All right, you're back to normal.
Now you're normal.
Sadly.
Am I?
Yeah, that's a great
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
All right, well,
I
that
wasn't gonna
was
say anything.
that was hilarious and delightful. I regret nothing.
Okay. Can I make us food? Sham chowder.
Jam, wow.
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 Wow. That should be one of the noises.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Except it's weirdly nondescript and it's somewhere between the wow and the wah.
Oh no.
So, you'll never know if you get Waluigi or if you get Owen Wilson.
Speaking of
I guess I'll just
Waluigi,
put the
there's
paint
a
in there.
there's a Waluigi reference in one of the shows that I'm working on.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm very excited for it.
I will be when I catch you this year at some point.
It won't be this year. Where?
Okay, fair.
Where rocks. Grumble, grumble.
How do you activate the combine thing?
You put them both in there.
You put on a Patara earring.
Yeah.
And then the person you're combining with puts on the other.
No, you have to do
and
the
then you
fusion
go
dance.
fusion ha.
Okay.
So you put them both in there, and then you pull out the result back into your inventory.
That's what your mom said to do.
I'm so tempted to go learn an elixir because these gloves are just so good.
Wrecked, are you okay, buddy?
It doesn't sound okay.
Yeah, that was a cry for help right there.
Rect always has a cry for help.
Well, we got hydrate.
Oh,
Okay.
hello there. When did you get here, sir?
He was always here.
Stay on the ground.
Stay out on the ground. Stay out on the ground. All right, hydrate.
Oh, magazine.
All right, there are 4 vehicle storage mods being worked on in the workbench.
I need bones.
Why is there a dead body in here?
Knives. Because I came out of the trader and they appeared and I stabbed him 42 times in the stomach.
There you go.
Cool.
Did I mention my name was Carl?
Did you have bare feet while you did it? Did you smush them?
I had the munchies.
I believe it's called smush.
My hands could satisfy.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody
Do you
loves a
not
good
like your
smush
birthday
skill.
meat candles?
Okay, I'm going to see what weapons he has for sale. Because we got to get some weapons.
Do it.
Uh-huh.
A level 6 double-barreled shotgun, and that is about it.
I'll take that.
Cool.
And that is it for weapons. We should have checked yesterday before we restocked. Oh well.
Oh yeah, valid. Shady Woods Amphitheater. The odds. Oh, tier 5 stone axe. Let's go.
Shotgun is to your right, Kevin, as well as shotgun shells.
Thank you.
Kevin, one-handed.
God.
1, 2,
What?
3,
sounds like you can't
4,
use that shotgun.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Don't press that, Rico Kimi. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36,
37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Sheehy, you want to do that clear quest? 48, 49, 50, 51, 52,
Oh yeah, we can do that clear
53,
quest.
54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Kevin, you're clear.
Ugh.
Oh, I was walking towards that instead of my fetch because I am so stupid.
Cool. I'll be there momentarily.
And just like true Pat and Kevin nature, we have the same quest.
Great.
Oh, this is the mushrooms. Oh, they added blueberries in here too. That's pretty cool.
Did you set it already?
No, I'm just in here like pre-clearing.
Cool. Well, I'm starting it now.
Wait for me.
Okay, I'll wait for Kevin. I'll give you a warning when I restart it, Sheehy.
Yes, please. Thank you.
And then we can do it again. Because apparently we all have the same quest.
No, we won't be able to.
You and me, Kevin, have the same building, like where our quest is. Alright, here, zombie. Where are you?
I'm starting it now. 1, 2, 3, go. You're gonna hear multiple zombies now.
Trips.
Mushrooms.
I do have living off the land for the sake of harvesting.
Oh, okay.
Fuck you, Cal.
I'm stabbing as hard as I can. Oh, he's still alive. Boom, power strike. Oh, it's a snake that's in the water. Okay.
You cannot breathe here. Duly noted.
I mean, is that a shock?
No. Aloe vera?
Oh, hello, Feral.
Where the hell is Jack?
I went ahead.
Oh, I
Like
think I
you
found
do.
a way to go.
Yeah.
Is this one of the new POIs?
It might be.
I think it is.
I made it to the loot room. Oh god. You.
Ow! I'm here to stab things and stab it good.
Bump, bump.
Bum, bum,
I have
bum.
23 health left.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
I'm fine. If I die, put me in your will, please.
That's not how that works.
Are they? I see their little dots, but I don't see them.
Oh, me too.
Oh, I found one of them.
Okay, we'll go back this way. This gets us back to the beginning area.
I found him.
Oh, here's a bunch of them.
I heard. There you
All
go.
better.
Cool. We good? We're good.
Now, how do I get out of here?
And dig up.
That I can't help you with.
Okay, so I climbed up that. From that direction?
I'm just digging out.
Yes, that's where it is. Okay.
Yep,
We've been
there
doing
we go.
this a while.
Here's a way out.
Alright, time to run back to the trader and hopefully not die.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks.
Damn it.
Kevin, I'm stealing your bicycle.
I should have done that.
You have your own bicycle.
I know. Which I locked for a reason.
I was gonna say, he probably locked it.
My road.
Vroom, vroom.
Beep beep.
Oh, yeah. Harmonize, Kevin, harmonize.
Oh god, I hear them. They're coming. If I dig a hole, they won't hit me. I'll stab you. Oh god, it's just an endless cacophony.
The dumbest thing ever. Oh,
Truly
no.
I don't know what's worse, that or wrecked. Oh, there's a zombie.
Yeah, that's a good
I'm
question.
gonna just shut the door because I don't feel like dealing with him.
Cool. I can do like one more quest, and then I gotta get us ready for Horde Night.
Yeah.
Oh, I am a hungry jack.
I've got a tactical warfare book and tools digest.
Give them to me.
Does anybody have 2,000 coins that I could have?
For what?
So these knuckle wraps are just so good. I think I should just respec into the vampire puncher. And I've got 4,000 coins on me, and he's got a forget an elixir.
Oh, all right, yeah. Fair. I'm on my
I
way.
have 1,300.
Here. On the ground. More than you need.
Thank you.
Oh. Jack, I have your books. I thought that was you. I forgot that Kevin is the one that looks like a...
a businessman?
A salesman. Yeah. A legitimate business person.
He's a businessman with a business plan. He's going to make you money in business land. He's a cool
All right,
guy.
as sad
Talk
as
about
it makes
GameStop.
me to abandon the sledgehammer. All right, Sledge, you're going in the inventory.
Oh, do we
I
have...
am taking the knuckles of pounding.
I can... Well...
Is there anything here that helps my knife? Dope, I missed. I whiffed.
Okay. Well, drink up.
Hey, if anyone finds any machine gun lessons, let me know. Because I can,
gave you the ones that I had.
Yeah, I can make an level 5 AK, and I'm pretty close to being able to make a tactical assault rifle.
Hey, I'm in the middle of something, sir.
I love just joining Kevin in a good old fisting spree.
Mm-hmm.
Check phrasing.
Uh-huh.
We said what we said.
Did I stutter?
That is my bicycle. Okay.
I do need to eat food.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Phrasing?
Yep, we're all there.
Oh, the one to the northeast, yeah.
Oh no, I was responding to chat.
All right, I need one more skill level, and then I should be good to go. Ooh, I'm so fast now.
Cool.
All right, let's go legitimate business person.
Why don't we do your quest first, and then do mine, and then we'll all be good.
Fetch.
Yeah, whichever one I'm at right now. The one you two have shared.
Yes.
You're right there.
What do you have? A knife. Yeah.
These knuckles are just so fucking broken. What are you doing?
Hello there.
I'm gonna punch so good.
Punch it real good.
Oh, let me get the shotgun Messiah crate. Don't open it up.
Okay.
All right, you're good.
I say we just arrived here, so
yeah. Feel free to reset.
Oh God.
Yeah, you can start the quest whenever.
Oh, mailbox.
I'm done looting.
Knives.
Oh, wow, I'm infected.
Ow.
The bad thing is you can't punch your way through doors.
Gotta keep an axe on you for it.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Knock, knock. Wow, a can of stock and an empty water jar.
Oh, my boy. I have so many books for people to read. They are right here on the ground. Wow, I have finished the cooking magazines. Also, scavenger boots on the ground if anyone wants them.
What do scavenger boots do? Reduce stamina, medium armor rating. Nah.
Where are all the things?
I left them in that area, I think, where Kevin is.
Alright, I checked the boots. I need to find my thing. Found it.
Jack, did you ever determine what my wife sent you?
No. Unfortunately, my phone is holding up the camera for the stream, so I cannot really check my phone.
Kevin, damn it.
And the cat is just sitting right there, just being a boy. Just being that boy. He just needs so many snugs.
No, he doesn't.
He needs snugs.
He has never been fed ever.
Never been fed in his life.
He's clearly wasting away.
I hope you heard that very whiny meow as he was carried away.
I did not.
It was like,
but I can imagine.
Alright. I'm done here. I will see you
Alright.
guys at the next quest.
To the north. Oh wait, did this reset? Yes, it did. Paper. Are we turning in, or are we doing
Oops,
your
nope,
fetch
I went
clear?
the wrong way. Thank you.
Happens to the best of us. Kevin, go north.
Beating the crap out of my bicycle. Kevin, wrong way.
No, it's not.
No, it's this way.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you're going to the trader.
I'm not. Whatever. There's so many fetches. That one that we just did, I can do it again.
Yep.
No, yeah, it's gonna make you wait.
Make me wait.
Oh, a
Make me
pickaxe.
wait.
Does anyone have any use for barbed wire?
Yes.
And it is on the ground here for you.
Oh god, you're feral. Get away from me! The monk in the road walk into a bar.
Okay, starting the quest.
Oh, Mr. Biker, please stop hitting me.
Literally never.
Saved your life.
Thank you. I'm just a squishy thief.
I'm just a little guy.
Hello, Mr. Cop.
So much health now.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh god, barbed wire. Oh god, landmines.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was. I blew it up for funsies.
Behind you. I saved you.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll add a bubble gun.
Ladder in the shower.
Kevin. Kevin.
Oh, you got a toilet pistol, didn't you?
You forgot to check that toilet, didn't you?
Die!
I only found dirt in it. It's okay.
That's not very Date Bayo of you. Naruto would be displeased.
Date Bayo!
I cast Friendship no Jutsu.
I cast looting this before you guys can.
Fair. I'm gonna open the poppin' pills because I need fucking health. And there's nothing there.
None for you.
Ooh,
we have not
concrete.
actually fully cleared this.
Nope.
No, we have not.
Somehow.
That's what happens when you just rush through a building.
Yep. Boing. Boing. Mailbox. Art of mining.
Where are the last of them?
You could say, where are the last of us?
Mm-hmm.
I could, but I didn't. Because I didn't want to. Oh god, no, spiky.
Yeah, because it's not on the ground floor, and I don't think it's downstairs. Did we bypass a room somewhere?
We may have.
Sorry,
I mean,
is this
yes,
a
we
door
did.
to a wall?
You're a door to a wall.
Weapons bag. Both.
I found it.
Yay.
Come to the punchy man.
Yeah, it might be this way. Yep.
Oh, there's still another.
Yep. He's upstairs.
Yeah, it's on the other side of this hallway. Oh, someone triggered it.
Shihi, you know we have so much armor back at the base, right?
Yeah, I should probably get some.
Yeah. Alright, good talk, everyone. I will build us a base after this. And also build myself a better AK.
I'm going to go
running out of time.
And think about my decisions.
Fair.
Pew.
Well,
oh,
airdrop.
Airdrop. Someone get it.
On it.
I got a batter up if anyone's using clubs.
No.
Cool, I'm going to read it for the XP.
Yep.
gonna make myself a tier 5 bone knife too.
Oh god, it hurts my lungs.
Yeah.
Oh, is it over in one of the other biomes?
Yep.
Don't get eaten by a zombie boar.
Yeah, that would suck. Couldn't imagine that happening to me.
Or a zombie bear, not a boar.
Jack, do you have
that
crafting
zombie
stuff?
bear to death.
Do I have crafting stuff?
Like,
Yeah.
are you spec'd out to do
Oh,
like
yeah. Oh,
crafting?
Yeah.
I've got the magazine. I got the magazine that lets you craft high power 9mm.
Cool.
Dude, I swear, if I somehow manage to punch a bear to death, I'm never going to not brag about it.
Honestly, you could. I don't know if you. I mean, it'd be tough now, but you're probably close.
I don't know if you want to do that right now. Like, I feel like that's in the heavy degree of fuck around and find out.
It is. Oh yeah, I should take some honey.
Bye-bye, Lois.
I have skill points I should probably use.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Let's level up archery and deep cuts to 4.
Why are you so injured?
Huh?
You have like
because I'm
quarter
a
HP.
little weenie and I've got like I'm not wearing anything but grass.
I'll do it.
I look like I belong in Windrose, not this game.
Sweet oxygen.
Is Rhett gonna yell at me because I don't have room? Probably. Alright, made some room. Gunpowder, 9mm, or Molotov?
Ammo. All the ammo you can get.
Lovely.
I don't need ammo. I
and I'll
only
grab
need
some
punch.
7.62. And I think that leveled me up again. I got 2 points.
I'll end it in one punch, man.
Up to Gymnast 8. We're up to Agility 8.
You're so agile. So
I
graceful.
I'm just gonna stab everything. Actually, the crit resist is not the worst.
Forged iron. Oh, I can make a level 1 pistol at least.
That's good.
So that's something. So we'll have a use for our 9mm at least.
What are we doing on repair kits?
We could definitely use more. But that means we need to get water or glue. So stand by.
I put the high power 9mm book in the learning crate.
Cool, thank you. Give me that last water.
Do you need like a bunch of wood or something? Because I can just go.
Yep.
Chop down a bunch of trees.
Yeah, I can use a bunch of wood. I think we should be okay on cobble. No, I could use some cobblestone as well.
All right, because I've got like 500. I've got 600 wood right now. I'll just chop down all these trees that are nearby.
Cool. I'm gonna make some cobblestone rocks.
Stab. Stab. Stab.
Pistol. Just need handgun parts. Okay.
Oh. Sun's getting real low.
Nah, it's just about to rain.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Pistol's coming up.
Sweet. Did I actually spec anything to pistol? Probably should do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sheehy. That's probably all you. There are also exploding arrows, for the record.
Yeah, I'll use the exploding arrows for sure. I should probably spec into handgun at least 1 or 2 levels, but I don't have any points right now.
Yeah, I would put as many as you can in there.
Not too bad. I already hard committed the knives.
And
yeah, I mean, isn't that under agility?
Yeah, it's under agility. Yeah.
Yeah. So just redeem some challenges. You'll be fine.
Oh yeah, actually, that's probably something I can do. That did not get me up to a level, but I can probably do some of the homesteading shit to do that. Oh, never mind. Those are all so low experience. That will not happen.
It'd be nice if they told you what the different armor sets did if you crafted them.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Duct tape is en route. Alright, I'm gonna go start working on that horde base.
Hold on. Let me dump the wood that I have here.
Word.
Here's some wood.
Thanks.
No problem.
Is that my bike? No. No, that's not. That's Kevin's bike.
Why are you always stealing my bike?
Because it looks like my bike.
Because you don't lock it.
And you don't like it.
I mean, when you put it like that, it does make sense. There, now it's locked.
I'm gonna make a real quick and dirty base. That should work.
Time to just chop down all the trees between here and there.
Oh, I got some honey and bees.
Not the bees. Anything but the bees.
Bees.
Yeah, I've done this base build a couple of times on these little tiny bridges, and they work pretty well.
Love to see it.
Well, first things first, gonna knock out the bridge itself.
Did you need the cobblestone that was in the workbench?
Yeah, eventually, but not immediately.
Okay.
If you're looking for things to do, no, I should be fine. Well,
Nab that pistol.
Yeah. Check, there might be some mods it can use. Oh yeah, why am I using this? I have a pickaxe.
Oh, do you want the nail gun that's here?
In where?
It's in the armor mods and tools
Oh,
box.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I found that for you. I was kind of surprised you didn't want it.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you mention it. I was focusing.
I'll run it over to you. I'll grab the cobblestone too.
Cool.
And then when I get over there, I'll just start chopping everything down.
Word.
Does anybody know what modifications can actually be used with brass knuckles?
No, not at all.
I think a lot of the ones that are degradation can be used.
Definitely not burning shaft.
Yeah, definitely not burning shaft. None of the bladed mod. Actually, no. You might be able to use some of the bladed mods.
Actually, yeah, especially on the spiked knuckles.
Find out.
Thought I heard bees.
Now we wait for stamina to come back. Respond to that.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I bring you gifts.
Thank you.
I bring you a gun of nails. I bring you some cobblestone.
Yes.
And some wood.
Thank you. By the way, parkour is going to be really useful on this one.
I think I've taken like 1 or 2 ranks in it, so that'll be good. Stay away.
I'm gonna punch so good. You're gonna wish I didn't punch so good.
I'm not feeling good, Mr. Stark. That's what I heard.
We're doing this on the bridge?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Don't fall, Kevin.
Fun.
But like I said, a point or two in parkour might not be a bad idea.
Oh, cold.
I know. I say we may want to build a campfire wherever we're gonna be if it's gonna keep raining.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
What's in the semi-truck? Nothing useful. Oh shit, that's a biker that's feral.
Feral biker. Cool.
Where'd he go?
You alright there, buddy?
Yeah, I think so. For some reason it didn't chase me.
Alright.
That's good.
We take that win.
That one's just walking towards us. Okay, I'm gonna stop shooting at it and wasting arrows.
There we go.
Kevin, I like your little pop-up shelter. Yeah.
Where did you come from?
I leveled up. Let's put a point into pistols. Oh, I've got 2 points.
Yeah, you get 2 points per
Did you
level
change it to... Oh, that explains a lot of things.
Found your feral biker. He's dead.
Thanks. Oh, that's... Oh, no, that's not a drop-off. That's
There
just
are
stones.
2 police cars, and I do have lockpicks, so let's give it a shot.
Do it up.
Seven. Nope.
Dab.
There we go. Nothing great. Let's see about this one.
Oh, tier 2 fire axe. I'll take that to go chop down more shit.
Ooh, oh god, that...
Evan, did you just jump scare yourself?
Bill, shut up. You don't know me.
Did they change it so that it doesn't revert back to 3 seconds when you break your lockpick? I think they did.
Really?
I think it is Blessed
That's
Day.
Yes.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Love it.
Kevin, I have another shotgun for you.
Yeah.
Here you go, buddy.
Another one?
In case you want to.
Cool.
By the way, G says hi.
Hi,
And she
G.
misses you.
Miss you too.
Sounds like you need to bring an emotional support, Kevin, next time you're on a road trip.
Maybe. I think his wife would be okay with that.
I am desperately trying to get a couple of levels so I can get some parkour before this starts. It's not going well.
Have you redeemed all your challenges?
I completely forgot to do that.
Yeah, there you go.
Stand by.
I was gonna say that's like 10 right there.
Not quite enough. Wait, no, I lied. That was, for some reason, that was 5 points. So.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, the rain stopped, thank God.
Yep. I leveled up again.
Alright, I'll be coming back over with a crap ton of wood soon.
Oh, I'll put some points into charismatic nature.
Toilet pistol. Paper.
Fun fact, chat, paper is not a toilet pistol.
It is not.
Toilet pistol?
Sad Kevin.
Paper.
Okay, Horde base is good to go.
Frozen food section.
All right, gentlemen, get yourself ready for the Horde, and then I'm going to fast forward time to get us started.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
know how
like,
to get out.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll wait until we're all ready. But like,
I was
the
gonna say,
base
do we have
is good to
food and stuff for Horde night?
No, I mean I have not prepped anything except for the ammo that
What's back
ammo
at
and
the
weapons
base?
I have at me.
Should we go do that first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go get your stuff.
Do you need any more wood to craft like spikes or anything?
Nah.
Alright, I'm just gonna start making spikes in my inventory then.
Can I craft a repulsor mod? Nope. If I could, I was about to join Kevin down in the basement, or down on the floor for quite a bit.
Down on a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Boat, river, whatever the thing is, old Greg.
I got all things that are good.
I drink Bailey's from Shoe.
I am ready to start chugging my Mega Crush.
You like old Greg's pace? I got all things that are good.
Let's see. What do I got? I got.
You've done some nice things with it.
Steroids, vitamins, painkillers, and fort bites, plus the Mega Crush. I couldn't find any booze, which makes me very sad. But
you're doing great.
We should be good to start punchies.
Punch it real good.
Why'd you slow down? Oh, because of the delay.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the thing, get some food, and then I've actually got to go check on some food that Alicia left on the stove.
Oh no!
Oh god!
Real life food.
No. That's bad.
Well, they don't like what they made, so they're going out and getting other food. Meanwhile, I like what they made, so I am going to have that later. But I'm checking on.
Sheehy, don't forget about the magazine extender mod in the mods chest.
Ooh.
Also, more 9mm in the ammo chest.
Less. Evan, are you using 9mm?
Nope, I am using shotgun and punchies.
Dope. I'll grab those Molotovs. I don't have any specs in the demo right now, but may as well take them.
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to make like 8 more repair kits.
Do we want to throw any food on real quick? Just while we're like doing stuff?
No.
Repair kits might not be the worst idea in the world.
I'm making a bunch of repair kits now.
God. There's just snakes. Why are there just snakes?
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
I don't want any part of it. I want nothing to do with it. Fine. Punchy the snakies. Now what? Duck here? Why? Ugh. Oh god, 15,000.
You are having a day, huh?
That's okay, there was a key there. Thank god.
Okay. I am good to go.
I'm waiting at the base.
I'm trying to think, is there anything else?
There.
Any other mods?
The floaty bridgey thingy that I'm probably gonna die on, if I'm being honest.
Can I put a third mod on here? Aha!
Oh, I should grab some first aid stuff, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I have some in my inventory. I took all the like necessary stuff. With any luck, we won't need it.
Yeah.
This is Planty, the potted plant numero dos. He shall stand guard over this particular area.
Okay. Back to the base we go.
He will keep us safe.
I'm glad.
I've got drugs. I'm ready to take them.
You got your
I've
beer?
got Bailey's in a shoe.
Kevin, did you get beer?
No, I didn't get beer, but I have the fort bites.
Do you want me to go
I
back
was
and get
checking
you
all
the
the
beer?
vending machines and stuff.
Never mind. I thought we had beer.
No beer.
Sad.
No beer. Very sad.
Wreck drank it all.
You would think that there would be beer at the gas station, but
What's their route up? Because I made a bunch of You okay there, buddy?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Okay.
Just made a wrong way. So the way it's gonna work, I'll walk you guys through it real quick.
Yeah, because I have spikes.
Actually, hang on. I gotta knock out one more thing. Stand by.
Is it coffee?
I might have screwed this up a little bit. So we're going to be on this side. Yeah. Yeah, come on up here. I got to knock this side out. So jump past me.
Okay.
Kevin, would you like to help me hit the things?
Oh, sure, yeah. Sure. Coming back.
You're gonna fall.
Look at what they must do to mimic a fraction of my power.
All right, that's good. We don't
Chat,
need to
this is
fully.
the most riveting
Don't fully
gameplay.
Don't knock that out. Don't knock that out fully. Yep, that's good. All right, we're good to go.
Okay.
So the way it will work is, ideally, they are going to path up here, where I am. Try to get through these. We can just shoot them in between. And I gave them an alternate route in case that goes to hell, where they can run up the opposite side of things up here and try and get through these walls here. But you want to be where I am.
Basey thing?
Yeah, the side where I am is the only safe part of this base.
Wait a minute, how am I supposed to punch them?
Well, you're going to run down there and punch them. That's what you do.
Yay, punchies! Yay, punchies!
And if you want to come over, that's how
I'm
you
Clark.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
Oh, she.
Did you just break your fucking leg?
No, he walked on his spike trap.
Oh, buddy.
I put one down and then it was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on, Horde.
Good enough for
Get
Jazz.
this shit done. Oh, does anybody need any 9mm? I have a small amount.
Give it to Sheehy.
Yeah, I do like them 9mm.
Where is you at? There you are.
Yep. Thanks, Boo.
Again, it wasn't a lot, but I had it.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
All right, come on over to this side, and we will start this thing off.
Wait a minute, I can't use the shotgun through this thing, can I?
Yeah, you can.
Here you can.
Yeah,
won't
you'll
damage
have to be. You'll have to be right. Yeah, you'll have to be right on it. But yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna set time for Horde Night.
Yay! Oh, let's go, Trader Joe's! Let's eat.
Oh man, I'm so glad I had that mag extender.
Yup.
It gave me one more ammo.
Oh man. Hashtag blessed.
Fuck you in particular, sir. Oh, I need to drink my thing.
Oh, are they being difficult?
Where are they?
They're right underneath us, pathing over there. So I'm gonna move over here.
Well, I guess we're going to Punchy a little bit early.
Yep.
Punchy, punchy!
Oh, one of them came up the backside. Rocket launcher!
Wait!
Oh.
I have so much gold and silver now.
Jack, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to do some last minute fixes here.
Jay! Stop punching me! Stop punching me! I'm doing a good job, guys!
Doing great, buddy.
I'm doing a good job!
Oh my god. Chat, I think he needs help.
Nah, he's doing fine.
I send the arrow of truth and justice. Oh, I need to fix up. I need to aim a little higher. Boom.
Ooh, I got coffee.
There are guys in the water?
Yeah, they'll be swimming around.
Air support.
Punchy punchy!
Fire!
Fire!
Fire.
Kevin, your
Oh,
potted
that one
plant
I
is in the
didn't
way. I'm throwing it away.
Fire support.
Leveled up twice, that's nice. Oh god.
I should probably take some. Oh, I leveled
Kevin,
up
if
8
you could
times.
keep them not far away from the base so we can actually shoot them.
Sorry.
I mean, like, I'm just saying.
Backing up.
They're not even going for us at all.
No.
Alright, well, screw it. I'll do this.
I'm just such a delicious target.
Apparently.
There we go. Now they're coming after me.
Are you happy now? Is this what you wanted?
Yes.
I, for one,
Oh,
am
God.
having a great time.
Hey, chat, who wants me to light Kevin on fire?
Do it.
Don't.
I liked my own comment. That's all I. Damn it! Don't run away from me.
Now shut
Come back here.
Where's the recon?
Wait,
There's
you're
the
leading them
recon.
through the fire. That works. All right, chat. Who wants me to burn down Kevin's house?
I like the
Hey!
comment.
The fire is there.
I'm doing a good job, Mama.
You're doing great, buddy.
Do you love me now? Can we finally go
Great,
home?
son. Son, I'd say I'm proud of you, but I'm just disappointed.
May or may not have a concussion.
Man, I do love that, like, a single headshot will take him down. I have painkillers if you want to run
yeah.
up here, Kevin.
Kevin,
I'm
retreating?
directly above you. I am dropping them on the ground behind me.
So apparently all of my bones are broken.
Kevin, I'm
believe
dropping
it.
steroids down here and a splint. Oh, nope, the steroids fell.
I just watched that go into the water.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go get it now. Got it. Kevin, do you need help? Kevin,
I've
come
reached
upstairs.
Some sort of like funky
Come-
equilibrium.
Kevin, come
where
upstairs.
My health isn't dropping. I'm coming. I'm punching as I come.
Wait, that's
Wait,
freezing.
Okay.
Hold up. I mean, if you're into that, go ahead.
Painkillers are behind me. Go for it.
Yay!
The pistol funny sound just sounds so unassuming.
Right?
I am somehow not infected. I'm honestly flabbergasted.
I have honey if that happens. Alright, Kevin, I need you to do shit.
Sorry, I was healing.
Well, now I'm healing, so you're on your own.
Okay, I'm going back into the pile. Hey, chat, we're going back to the pile.
Everyone back to the pile.
Fire support!
It's way funnier when you light Kevin on fire.
Rocket launcher! Ah, fuck, I'm getting hit.
Leave my friends alone!
Oh god, he's coming back. Run!
I'm the knife in the darkness.
Oh god, something just... Okay, I think we're okay. Like the
Yeah.
console just popped up for some reason. You know, it's a shame we're not going to keep playing this, because I'm pretty sure I have about $100,000 worth of gold in my inventory right now.
Yeah.
Fucking birds!
Is that what's hitting me?
No, they're screaming and coming at me because I'm up top. Oh, I am dead.
No, he no.
I be bleeding.
No!
You're bleeding? Hang on. Bandage.
I am.
Bandage. Go, go, go.
Heck,
I got you covered.
survive!
Oh my god, 1 health.
Oh, let's go. Oh, that's Kevin. Well, good thing friendly fire's off.
Here we go! Trader Joe's! My health bar is just doing the funkiest shit right now. Oh
I
god.
should take agility mastery. Why didn't I do that in the first place?
Don't stop punching now!
Don't stop the punch.
Kevin has fallen!
No, Kevin died.
Oh, hello.
All right, now to do this base the way it's actually supposed to be done.
That's hurtful.
I mean, it is the truth.
I helped.
You did.
You
did.
did.
Great.
Ah, that was blinding.
Oh, I died. Wow. That has not happened in a while. Oh.
Chad, I don't like this. I don't like being last man standing with 6 health.
She, it's all up to you, buddy.
I would prefer if that wasn't the case.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Don't worry.
I'm coming, buddy. I'll save you. I'll save you.
I see you, Kevin.
Oh, there's so many. Oh my god, there's so many.
Gotta get my backpack.
Oh my god, you're naked.
Now I am back and I'm Jack.
Oh my god.
Rocket support. Get away from my boy.
Thanks, buddy.
F you, birds. Goddamn cop spit. Oh my god. Thank you. I'm like almost about to die already.
Sun's getting real low. Oh god. Oh god, 9 health. 9 health.
Keep running, buddy.
Just not into the spikes.
The cop hit me.
All of my bones are broken.
Shooting from?
F's in the chat for Kevin again.
Kevin, you did your job. You did well, good sir.
Mommy, I don't want to be on Namek anymore.
That's too bad. You keep being on Namek.
Oh fuck! Oh, my pistol's broken.
Need a repair kit.
That's not good.
Boom.
Thank you, sir.
You were looking. Oh my god.
Did yours break too?
No, I just realized I have 8 skill points, so screw it. Maxed out fortitude, baby.
I know. That's me in agility right now. I'm gonna just bump out the last few that I have. Do I know what the rest of Agility Mastery does? Hell no. Did I take it all? Yes.
Let's go.
Pew 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 pew. Hey. Shit.
Gotta get that loot. Might have ammo.
Working on it.
Oh no, there was loot right in front of me. That was what I was talking about.
Stop interrupting my lootness! It's an ordeal. What the? From where? Why am I bleeding? Guys, I'm infected!
Yeah, these zombies doing 150% damage. It changes the equation a bit.
Getting real dark. Heal, damn it!
F's in the chat for Kevin again.
I'm doing a good job.
Kevin, you're the prettiest pony, Kevin. All the other ponies are jealous of you because you're the prettiest pony. Not me putting every point I get from here on out into. Oh no!
I died. It lasted so long.
Kevin is a pro.
Proud of you.
Kevin is a pro. Kevin is a pro. Kevin is a pro.
Near my backpack.
Kevin, goddammit.
Alright, chat, there's only one thing left to do. It's to be the tastiest piece of shit these zombies have ever seen. Ooh, handgun magazines. I'll beat the shit out of you with my bare hands!
Well, Super Dwarf died again.
He held on to that one as long as he could.
Oh god,
I did. I read some magazines and I ran up and died.
God damn it! Go away!
Oh, they knocked out this way.
Calming.
Sweet.
There's something so calming about getting the death screen and then just hearing all of the squeaky sounds.
You are actually just a squeaky toy.
Yep.
Well, they knocked down your thing that you made.
That took him a while.
Oh fuck, now they're coming after me. Okay.
Oh hey, guys.
Yum.
Guess what I found?
Boing.
What'd you get?
A beer.
Go get it, baby.
Parkour.
Oh god. Going down the ramp with the beer is a lot.
Ah! The cop got me. I do like when you get hit by the cop projectile from like below, you just kind of ragdoll straight up for a few feet.
I stood in
How is
spikes
this still
for too
happening?
long. Now the question is my bag in the river or on the oh, it's up top still. Okay. Get down, Mr. President. Get down.
I'm trying to get up.
I'll block them from you, Mr. President.
Okay. All right.
Oh my god. The durability of one or more of my items is critical.
Shocking.
Cool.
You know, you don't need durability when you just run in there naked.
He's got you there,
I'm
Kevin.
now level 30 and have 17 skill points to spend.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I've got skill points. Wait.
Oh yeah, I should do some of those.
Brawler. I'm just gonna come back naked, upset, and punching. Oh wait, hold on. No, because I'm dead. It needs more.
I've suffered a deep laceration.
You guys are doing great.
Back,
I'm
Mr.
really proud of you
President!
guys. Sheehy, get your bag.
Never. Actually, I don't know where it is anymore.
It should be on your map. Well, he's dead again.
He held on as long as he could.
I think because I've died like twice since the first one, it doesn't glow anymore.
It's just gone.
I don't think it's gone. I think it's just somewhere.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, there it is. That's right. It's up top. Which I can solve this by just a little bit of doing some good old Mario jumping. Wait, hold
Oh
on.
my! I'm like riding the pile of zombies at this point.
Whoa. Okay.
Say less, good sir.
Go on.
Alright, that was my... Oh, no, this is my last one.
It is daytime. We made it. We survived.
We did.
But at what
We totally
cost?
didn't die. Let me stab the shit out of you. My armor's weak, you don't say.
I could really use a healing item. Ah!
Oh, I have beer for you, Kevin.
Did I say you could move? No. Get back, Mr. Pres. Oh, you just killed them. Okay.
I don't need no protection.
I really wish I could show you my screen. It's just all of the possible
Just
bones
everything.
are broken. There's lash. Yeah, just it's all
Here.
reds.
Splint.
Seems legit.
Honey, vitamins, painkillers.
Here, hey, this is for you.
Yeah? Oh, thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. That's so nice of you. Oh, Kevin, I got you something else, too. Hang on. Boom. There you go. You did great. You did so good today. That is also probably what we're going to call it. All right, fam. Let's. That is 7 Days to Die 3.0. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you again to the Fun Pimps for. He put some clothes on. God damn it. Thank you to the Fun Pimps for giving us the key, letting us try it out.
Yeah, we are.
Apparently, this is how we're ending the stream.
I'm keeping my shoes.
No, I'm not keeping my shoes. All right, I'm going full Carl in the dungeon. All right, so fam,
All right, let's
thank
go.
you all
Oh
for
my God,
stopping
so
by.
fast.
And now we teabag. And remember that the next, I think it's 3.0 should be out in experimental for the general public next week. And we'll see you guys next Tuesday when actually Min-Max and I will be playing this again. We'll be back on 2.6 though. So in the meantime, fam, enjoy.
Hey,
Cheers.
Jack, look up.
We will see you. No, I'd rather. No, what did I do? All right. Let me see. Hang on. Is there someone we should raid? I don't usually stream on a Friday. So, you
What
know?
about, is Guns, Nerds, and Steel still streaming?
Oh, if he is, that's a great one.
Come on, bro. Taking his protein.
You know what, Kevin? This reminds me of the the club in Final Fantasy VII with Cloud.
He is
the workout club.
All right, we're gonna go raid Guns, Nerds, and Steel, who is also doing 7 Days to Die, probably experimental. So
yes.
I'm just gonna copy his Guns, Nerds, and Steel. I'm just gonna copy his big old 7 Days to Die creator. So give him a follow. Raid Guns, Nerds, and Steel. Whippy Raid is our raid message. Thank you all for stopping in. We'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Thank you, mods.
And have a good old time. Cheers. Thank you, mods. Bye.
Bye.